Chapter 1407. What happened to Chin Song wasn't rare. In the village, it was natural to say that the people were simple and honest. However, the so-called simplicity was only because those places could only cause so much trouble when they were overturned. In the eyes of the real experts, it wasn't a big deal at all. They would even feel that it was a real life. Unlike Chin Song, who burst out in anger, other people weren't so low-key. Someone powerfully returned. There were wings on his body, a king returning, leaving the villagers terrified. There wasn't a single one of them who couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Someone burst into laughter and shouted. When the father and the son met, the son somehow had a strong father. Some people found that their relatives and friends had passed away or were living a hard life. Immediately they were infuriated. Get rid of the evil and bring peace to the people. All in all, in the past few days, the entire 36 towns had been turned upside down. In the regular fisheries, a tremendous number of experts returned from the legendary unknown place. Every single one of them was terrifyingly strong. Cloud Soaring Town, Cloud Soaring Academy. The Cloud Soaring Town had been weak for 100 years and lacked teachers. That was everyone's impression of the Cloud Soaring Town. Since Wu Xiaoxiao returned, she had been working in the Cloud Soaring Academy in the town. She even became a hidden fisher in front of the students. For a moment, she became the most popular teacher in the Cloud Soaring Town. Wu Xiaoxiao knew that she wouldn't be able to survive on the Scattered Stars Island if she stayed, so she might as well come back as soon as possible. Therefore, she was particularly attentive when teaching students. At this moment, 6 manipulator students were surrounding Wu Xiaoxiao, and 100 other students were observing. Some spirit-entangling grasses were trying to absorb spiritual energy. Some green vines were drilling the ground like snakes, and some thorny grasses were attacking like blades. Wu Xiaoxiao, who was petite, wasn't panicked at all. She roared, "No, the spirit-entangling grasses are too slow. Do you only know how to go straight? Who will wait for you to entangle them?" As she spoke, Wu Xiaoxiao pointed her finger casually, and frost appeared in the air and froze the spirit-entangling grasses that were extending. Then she stomped her foot, and the vines that were trying to break out of the ground hit a wall. Wu Xiaoxiao said, "Who's scared of you when your spiritual energy is so dispersed? If you encounter the sea scorpion, your manipulation method will be easily broken." Before the thorny grass could even get close, Wu Xiaoxiao had already constructed an ice wall in midair with her whip. With a whoosh, an icicle pierced through the air, and all the thorny grasses along the way were smashed into pieces. In an instant, these students fell to the ground one after another, none of them able to get up. Wu Xiaoxiao snorted, "What a mess! 6 people of the same realm, yet they can't even take me down. You are the worst batch of students I have ever taught. If people like you go to the unknown lands, I'm afraid you won't even survive a day." At that moment, someone shouted, "Teacher Xiaoxiao, who can compare to you? You're too strong." Someone chimed in, "That's right. Teacher Xiaoxiao, why don't you tell us what's in the unknown lands?" "Little teacher, is it really that dangerous? Little teacher, how can I become a proud son of heaven like you?" Wu Xiaoxiao was speechless. "Do you think I'm a heavenly talent? There is always someone better than you out there. In the same realm, even if there were 100 of me, I wouldn't be able to shake a truly powerful expert." "That's impossible." "Absolutely not. Little teacher Xiaoxiao, you lied to us again." Just as the group of students were shouting, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "She didn't lie to you." Just as Wu Xiaoxiao was feeling a headache for the students, her body suddenly tensed up. She quickly turned around, only to see a red-robed young lady standing behind the crowd. "Captain?" All the students turned to look, and they were dumbfounded. Their hearts skipped a beat when they saw the scar on the woman's face. What a terrifying woman! The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. Apart from the scar, this woman is quite pretty. But how can she be so terrifying? I only took one look at her, and my legs turned to jelly. "Ah, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly screamed, "Captain, Sister Lingyun, why are you here? I've missed you so much." Wu Xiaoxiao lunged at her. It was exactly because of her vivacity and childishness that she was liked by the teachers and students of the Lingyun Academy. Seeing that Wu Xiaoxiao was clinging to her like an octopus, Yu Lingyun's face softened. "Get down here. You're a teacher, but you're acting frivolously. What a disgrace." Wu Xiaoxiao quickly stuck out her tongue. Sister Lingyun is still as unfeminine as before. Getting off Yu Lingyun, Wu Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, "Sister Lingyun, why? Why are you back?" Yu Lingyun said casually, "The unknown place is about to be announced to the world." Huh. Wu Xiaoxiao was stunned, not knowing what that meant. Yu Lingyun said, "Captain Han Fei has succeeded as the Supreme Commander and ordered the hundreds of thousands of soldiers to retire." Ah, huh, huh. Ignoring Wu Xiaoxiao's dumbfounded expression, Yu Lingyun looked at the students and said, "Your teacher is right. She's not strong, but not bad at the same level. Some people can fight 100 enemies on the same level, and there's more than one of them." Some students looked at Yu Lingyun in shock. One of them could fight 100 enemies on the same level? Then there's more than one? Yu Lingyun estimated that they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so it was hard for them to understand. Suddenly, Yu Lingyun looked at a person 1,000 meters away. That person's strength did not seem to be any weaker than him. Their auras collided. Yu Lingyun sensed that the man seemed to have a gloomy air. She extended her hand, and a fiery cloud fell from the sky, condensed into a giant sword and slashed at the man. Ah! Oh my God! What technique is this? It's so horrifying. The group of students swayed left and right, and some of the weaker ones actually fell to the ground. As for the person 1,000 meters away, he cackled and stretched out a hand. The void hand directly wrapped around the huge flame sword that was like a cloud of raging flames. With a grasp, he casually withdrew it. "Which law enforcer has come to the Lingyun Academy? What's your business?" Wu Xiaoxiao said quickly, "Sister Lingyun, this is Chiu Lai, the president of the Lingyun Academy." If Han Fei were here, he would have exclaimed, "That's not Senior Uncle Faceless at all. When did you become the president? When did he grow such a handsome face?" Yu Lingyun cupped her hands. "Sorry, it's you, Mr. President. My name is Yu Lingyun. I've just returned from the unknown place. I'm here to visit my friend, who is Teacher Wu Xiaoxiao of your school." Chiu Lai looked warm and didn't look gloomy at all. He nodded with a smile. "Oh, that's a rare guest. Judging from your overflowing energy, you must be about to make a breakthrough. Why don't you stay at the Lingyun Academy for a while? Firstly, you can visit your friend. Secondly, I'm being selfish. I hope that you can give some pointers to the students of my academy." Yu Lingyun nodded decisively. "That's fine. Thank you." Chiu Lai slightly nodded and left, leaving Yu Lingyun confused. Everybody knew that the Lingyun town was weak. However, the president of the Lingyun Academy was so strong. He could break her attack with a wave of his hand. Why couldn't such a person teach students? After Chiu Lai left, Yu Lingyun couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoxiao, do you know that your president has reached the peak of law enforcer?" Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "I do. The Lingyun Academy is the pride of the Lingyun town after all. If the president is weak, what will happen to the Lingyun town?" "Well, don't worry about the president. He's always been eccentric. Sister Lingyun, what did you just say? If I'm not mistaken, did you say that our captain has become the Supreme Commander? Are you kidding me?" Yu Lingyun said solemnly, "I'm not kidding you. Captain Han is also known as Commander Han now. A few days ago, he killed 2 sea demon venerables and more than 20 Dao-seeking state demons on his own, shocking the Scattered Stars Island. Because of that, Commander Xue Xinqi abdicated." Hiss! Wu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. If someone else had said that to her, she would have regarded them as a liar. However, she was too familiar with Yu Lingyun. Before Wu Xiaoxiao came back to herself, Yu Lingyun said, "Commander Han wants to tell the 36 towns what happened on the Scattered Stars Island. Since I'm staying here for the time being, let's talk about the 36 towns." Oh, Sister Lingyun, I'm a little confused. I've only been away for a few years. Why do I feel that the world has changed? What about Dalian and Leng Hui? Yu Lingyun looked up at the sky. They're dead. The Blue Sea Town, the Thug Academy, which used to be prosperous, was now empty. There weren't any disciples left. When the Thug Academy disappeared, rumors spread everywhere. However, there were also credible rumors that Han Fei of the Thug Academy offended the experts of the Thousand-Star City, which suppressed the entire academy and forced them to flee. After the teachers and students of the Thug Academy left, no one protected the properties that Han Fei once left. The Fish Dragon Chess Arcade and the Fish Dragon self-service hot pot restaurant all changed owners. Fortunately, Han Fei established a school in the Heavenly Water Village and provided resources, so the Fish Dragons still had some members. But even so, the Fish Dragons were weakened to the limit. The Black River Chamber of Commerce was suppressed by the Fish Dragons and held a grudge against them. After the Thug Academy was disbanded, they quickly retaliated. Poor Brother Gang of the Fish Dragons. He used to be a gangster, a barbecue seller, and a manager. He used to be rich and noble, but now there were only about 200 people in the Fish Dragons. Those who were not from the Heavenly Water Village, but recruited by outsiders, all withdrew from the Fish Dragons, causing the Fish Dragons to be extremely dismal at this moment. At this moment, Chen Gang was in the Fish Dragons. Recently, someone came to bully Little Red, which was intolerable. Suddenly, someone rushed over. "Brother Gang, not good. The people of the Black River Chamber of Commerce are here again." Li Gang's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth. Jin Yunqing. Outside the Fish Dragon Gang, a stout middle-aged man looked at Li Gang contemptuously and said sarcastically, "Hey, who are you angry with, Brother Li?" Li Gang immediately shouted, "Jin Yunqing, what are you doing? Do you really think the Fish Dragons are easy to bully?" "Ha ha ha!" The group of people laughed, and Jin Yunqing pointed at Li Gang. "Look, I only called you brotherly because of you. If I didn't, you wouldn't even be a fish **T now. What the hell? You've only become a great fishing master after so many resources. You are really not talented enough." Someone from the Fish Dragon Gang said angrily, "Brother Gang, let's fight!" "Shut up." Li Gang thought to himself, "Fight? How can I fight? Obviously, I can't beat him." Li Gang took a few deep breaths. "Jin Yunqing, what do you want?" Jin Yunqing smiled coldly. "Hand over all the secret recipes of the Fish Dragons, and the land outside the Thug Academy will be taken by the Black River Chamber of Commerce today." Li Gang flew into a rage. "Bullsh **T. My leader is a genius. If he knows, your Black River Chamber of Commerce will be doomed." "Humph, you mean Han Fei?" The teachers and students of the Thug Academy all ran away. I heard that it was all Han Fei's fault. Han Fei, that little **starred, must have been killed and fed to the fish. You still expect him to come back to save you? Bam! Suddenly, a pressure descended, and the terrifying force directly forced Jin Yunqing to kneel on the ground, vomiting blood. A total of 12 hidden fishers fell from the sky. Someone shouted, "How dare you! How dare you insult the name of General Han?" Jin Yunqing was stunned and horrified. The more than 300 subordinates he brought all knelt on the ground, their legs weak. Jin Yunqing didn't know where so many hidden fishers came from, but he kept shouting, "Angel, please spare my life. I may have mistaken you for someone else. I'm just talking about the leader of a small gang." Crack! Jin Yunqing's legs were broken, and someone fell to the ground, his blood surging. I'm talking about Han Fei, General Han. General Han is invincible in the unknown place and has killed a Grand Venerable with a single punch. Now he is the supreme commander of the unknown place. How can you insult him? Who? Who dares to insult General Han? Bam! 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 In the distance, a group of nearly 100 hanging fishers in total was coming over in an array. Jin Yinqing almost peed his pants. What the F***CK is going on? A small gang. How did it end up like this? The supreme commander of the unknown place? What's that? When a group of valiant soldiers surrounded them, their killing intent soared into the sky. Someone looked at Li Gang. Is this the fish dragons? Li Gang was stunned and hurriedly said, Yes, this is the fish dragons. Those hidden fishers and hanging fishers all breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. By the way, we're right. Someone smiled and said, I didn't expect to be from the same hometown as General Han. I must go to the Heavenly Water Village to have a look later. What kind of place is that? How can it raise a heavenly talent like General Han? Someone responded with a smile, Let's go together. Swish! A hidden fisher hurriedly flew over. Who else could it be but the mayor of the Blue Sea town? The mayor was shocked. Guys, you are, someone shouted in a low voice. We returned from the unknown place and came to visit General Han's former residence because we admire him. Who would have thought that there would be a thief who dared to attack General Han's subordinates? This is an unforgivable crime. The mayor was stunned for a long time. General Han? Han Fei? How dare you call General Han by his name? Thud! Jin Yinqing fell to the ground, his eyes full of despair, thinking that he was doomed. Li Gang felt refreshed again and hurriedly got up. Hey, Jin Yinqing, it's time for you to die. The 36 towns seemed to have become lively all of a sudden. All kinds of strong masters returned, causing countless people to go around to learn from masters. The major academies of the 36 towns all extended olive branches, offering the position of vice president to recruit strong masters. And some stories about the Scattered Stars Island were told in the stories of these strong masters. There was no need to deliberately say anything. In fact, all they needed to do was tell stories. On the Scattered Stars Island, there were too many stories to tell. Chapter 1408. Han Fei inherited the position of the Supreme Commander and immediately felt the scene when he planned the City of Justice. At that time, he and Shimin Linglan were extremely busy. It was even harder than cultivating. They didn't even have time to rest. Han Fei certainly wouldn't devote all his time to the planning and construction of the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment in the Marshal's mansion, there were 7 or 8 plates of fruit on the table, and sitting opposite him was none other than Shueishenqi. Yesterday, representatives of the major families, including the 6 venerables, visited Han Fei together, intending to negotiate with him. However, Han Fei flatly refused. It could be said that they had turned hostile on the spot. The group of people left after being scolded. Han Fei threatened that if he came again without bringing resources, he would be the enemy of the millions of people on the Scattered Stars Island. It must be noted that the millions of people on the Scattered Stars Island were not from the 36 towns. Everyone here was an elite. Today, the aristocratic families had yet to arrive. Han Fei invited Shueishenqi over for a chat. In the past few days, Han Fei had been troubled by a few questions and wanted to ask Shueishenqi for help. Marshal Shui, I've been really busy these days. I have too many questions in my heart. I want to ask Marshal Shui to answer them. Shueishenqi said with a sullen face, First of all, I am not the Supreme Commander now. After all, we are not familiar with each other. You can call me Mr. Shui. What's the matter? Feel free to speak your mind. Han Fei grinned. I think Mr. Shui must be confused. I went to the Empyrean waterfall. Why am I in the Sea of Pearls? Shueishenqi nodded. Yes, you can't have come from the Scattered Stars Island. It can only mean that there's a channel below the Empyrean waterfall that connects to the Sea of Pearls. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Shueishenqi was really bold. but that was the logic. Since you didn't take the main road, you must have taken a shortcut. Han Fei immediately asked, Mr. Shui, do you know what kind of creature is buried under the Empyrean waterfall? Shui Shinchi shook his head. I don't know. But since you went down, didn't you take away the king's corpse? Han Fei thought to himself, I did take away most of the things inside. The world where the demonic essence of the cloud whale's corpse was hidden returned to reality. Now, apart from that body, there was only some diluted spirit awakening fluid left. After decades of accumulation, perhaps the quantity of spirit awakening fluid would increase again, and he would be able to collect it continuously. However, the great battle was imminent, and there was clearly no time for that. The only thing that could be used now was the massive carcass of the cloud whale. If they were to be used to refine divine weapons, how many tens of thousands of them could be refined from these corpses? But how could the corpses of kings only be used to make weapons? Regardless of whether it was the corpses of kings or supreme experts, they were all used to study, drink blood, eat flesh, comprehend great bones, and experience the great Tao. This was where everyone's goal lay. This was especially so for the king bone, which was the essence of the great path. If he could comprehend it, then no matter if it was the grand Tao or the comprehension of the king realm, it would be extremely helpful. With the last experience, Han Fei could go there at any time. However, he was not impatient to comprehend it. The cloud whale's corpse was right there. It couldn't run away. On the other side of the 10,000 Demon Valley, Han Fei didn't believe that the people there were really endless. Would they still dare to invade the 10,000 Demon Valley after the death of two supreme experts? Hearing Shui Shinchi's question, Han Fei shook his head slightly. How can I take away the corpse of a king? However, I do have a guess. Perhaps there was another person who went in before. Impossible. Shui Shinchi frowned. If someone had gone in before, the star, Tortoise, would have known it. Besides, if that person had the ability to enter that place without anyone knowing, why would he leave the corpse there? Han Fei said, as we all know, 12-year-old children need spirit awakening fluid to awaken their spirits. And spirit awakening fluid seems to be something that can only be derived from kings. If that person had taken the corpse away, then the human race would have no spirit awakening fluid to use. Although some people can awaken naturally, the overall strength of the human race will inevitably be greatly reduced. Shui Shinchi couldn't help but look at Han Fei. Since you said so, obviously you already know who that person is, right? Han Fei paused. Mr. Shui, do you know Tang Yan? Shui Shinchi's eyelids twitched slightly, and he looked at Han Fei quietly. Do you mean the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island more than 1,000 years ago? Han Fei grinned. It seems that Mr. Shui knows. Shui Shinchi said, I have been in charge of the Scattered Stars Island for so many years, so of course I know. Tang Yan is a genius. He stayed in the position of Supreme Commander for 5 years. It can be said that he is the one who has been the Supreme Commander for the shortest time in history. But this person became a Venerable on the 7th day. In 3 years, he passed the Intermediate Venerable realm, and in 5 years he reached the Advanced Venerable realm. In the end, because Tang Yan's strength improved too fast, it caused a war between human beings and sea demons. It was also because of that battle that the Sea Demon King City completely faded from the sight of humans, and even its shadow could not be found. And Tang Yan also seemed to wander, saying that he wanted to find the Sea Demon King City. So he resigned from the position of Supreme Commander. Han Fei didn't know what Shui Shinchi said. He had already read all the information about Tang Yan. However, those information seemed to be deliberately left behind by someone. It was like a resume, recording what Tang Yan had done in various periods. But he didn't mention the cloud whale. And the star, Tortoise, once said that the cloud whale was brought back by Tang Yan. In this way, it didn't match. There was a big problem with Tang Yan. It was precisely because of this that Han Fei didn't touch the cloud whale's corpse. There must be some secrets in it that he hadn't unraveled. Xue Shinqi narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei. Did Tang Yin go down there? Han Fei nodded slightly. According to some traces, it should be possible. I need to check the details again. Han Fei didn't intend to tell Xue Shinqi now. Today's test, Xue Shinqi knew much less than him. Then this kind of secret might have other mysteries. He'd better wait. Seeing Han Fei's perfunctory look, Xue Shinqi didn't ask further. Otherwise, there was no need to force Han Fei to lie. Xue Shinqi asked, "Is that all?" Han Fei said, "Well, there is one more thing." Han Fei said, "A few days ago, I checked the time when the previous Supreme Commanders became venerable from Old Qin. They all have one thing in common. That is, before they became the Supreme Commanders, they were all explorers. There was even one person who became the Supreme Commander when he was a junior explorer because of his great wisdom. And these people generally took no more than 30 years to become venerable from the time they became the Supreme Commanders. Just now, the intelligent master I mentioned took 27 years to become a venerable from a junior explorer." Han Fei was not a fool. Although his cultivation speed was very fast, how many opportunities did he have to take to be able to progress so fast? However, these guys who could become the Supreme Commanders all cultivated at an abnormally fast speed. So many explorers were selected normally, but from beginning to end, only 2 of them took more than 30 years to become venerable. Among them, Xue Shinqi took the longest. It took him a full 50 years to become a venerable, and Old Han, according to the records, took 21 years, which was neither fast nor slow. However, after learning about Old Han, Han Fei felt that Old Han must have done it on purpose. It stood to reason that Old Han's strength should have fallen from a very, very high level. He had long been a venerable. Why did it take him 21 years to make a breakthrough? And among them, the fastest was Tang Yin, who only took 5 years. From a peak-level explorer, he soared all the way to an advanced venerable, so fast that the sea demons didn't hesitate to start a world-shaking war to stop Tang Yin. Xue Shinqi looked at Han Fei calmly. "With your intelligence, you should have discovered it." Han Fei nodded. "Of course I discovered it. When I stood in front of millions of people, when I became the one that everyone expected, I felt the power of hope." Han Fei asked the old turtle this question. The old turtle said, "This power is a kind of power of the great way between heaven and earth, which is used to repair one's Tao heart. If one's Tao heart was firm, one would become a king and be omnipotent." Han Fei also asked Peaceful, but Peaceful looked blank and didn't feel anything about it. The old turtle said, "Peaceful is not walking this path, so if Peaceful wants to become a king, her way of becoming a king will be different from yours." The power of hope of the Shuamu heaven was with the Life Queen, not Peaceful. At that time, Han Fei felt that this power of hope might only belong to the leader of a race. The old turtle talked about the Tao heart. If Peaceful couldn't feel it, then Xue Shinqi should have the most experience. Power of hope? Xue Shinqi thought for a moment. That's a good word. If so, this kind of power can be explained. Xue Shinqi said, "You can try to use this energy to fuse with the Great Way. I don't know what this power is. However, I believe that this is the aspiration of the people, the power of faith. Under the nourishment of this power for a long time, the speed of cultivation will double, the perception of power will be stronger, and the understanding of the Great Way will be more sensitive. So, this is why all the previous Supreme Commanders have made breakthroughs so quickly. Fuse with the Great Way." Seeing that Han Fei was a little stunned, Xue Shinqi stood up and said, "This power can make you a venerable, maybe it can also make you a king. However, the power of hope of these people on the Scattered Stars Island is not enough. If you want to take this path to become a king, you must hold the 36 towns in your hands. This is why I didn't stop you from revealing the unknown place to the 36 towns." First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1409. Han Fei nodded and decided to give it a try. His great way should be a bridge, not just a seed. But since the first manifestation of the Great Way last time, he had never seen that bridge again. The old tortoise's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's path to becoming a king is different. The power that you feel is called the power of hope, and just as he said, it could also be a type of power of faith. However, in my opinion, it's a manifestation of the Taoist heart. When millions of Taoist heart power converge, it becomes your so-called power of faith. In fact, it's just that each of them has too little Taoist heart power. Of course, Han Fei knew the importance of the Taoist heart power that the old turtle said. However, these two words were too unfathomable. What's the use of just Taoist heart? Taoist heart couldn't be used to cut firewood or fish. It couldn't be materialized. However, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the previous supreme commanders have grown so fast. It turns out that they are not cultivating alone. Suddenly, Han Fei came back to himself and looked in the direction where Shuai left. Son of a B***TCH. Han Fei couldn't help but curse. Shuai has been a peak-level explorer for so long. I wonder how much his strength has been suppressed. With Shuai reputation, it took him a full 50 years, twice as long as the other supreme commanders, to become a venerable. Once he became a venerable, how could he be ordinary? Therefore, Shuai should be very strong. So, Shuai deliberately gave me the blue feather? F***CK, it's a trap, it's all a trap. Han Fei's face darkened. He thought he would look arrogant after killing the two venerables. However, it turned out that they deliberately left it to him. Who would be able to be happy about this? Han Fei shouted to the outside. I'm meditating. No matter who comes, tell them to come again tomorrow. Outside the door, two hidden fisher guards took the order. Han Fei meditated, and the arrays in the mansion were interconnected. Thousands of formations concealed all the secrets of the city Lord's mansion. As early as the Age of Doom, Han Fei had already spent a lot of time drawing the arrays of the Avenger. Now, with just a little more time, it would not be a big problem to hide from the Venerable One's senses. On that day, when he took over the position of the Supreme Commander, he invested a massive amount of resources and forced the big clans of the 1,000-star city to submit to him, which won him the favor of many people. Therefore, a large amount of willpower entered his body that day. Because there's a lot of it, Han Fei could clearly feel the power. After a few days, Han Fei found that this power was almost omnipotent. Not only could it nourish one's body, but it could also improve one's physique and soul power. Of course, it was only a few days, so there wouldn't be any big changes. However, over the years, this kind of improvement would be very terrifying. However, with Han Fei's current physique, it could be said that he had cultivated to the limit that he could cultivate. Therefore, Han Fei could sense that the weird power that entered his body was not consumed at all. It was hidden in every grain of his flesh and blood, and could barely be mobilized. Hidden in every grain of flesh and blood of my body. Suddenly, Han Fei was startled by a thought that suddenly came to his mind. The power of the Great Path was also hidden in every bit of spiritual energy and could not be found at all. The same was true of this willpower. In the words of the old turtle, this willpower was also a manifestation of the power of the Great Path, a way to manifest one's belief. Willpower is actually equal to the Great Path. Han Fei took a deep breath. To verify his guess, Han Fei immediately removed some arrays and scanned the 1,000-star city with his perception. Immediately, Han Fei found Jing, on the top of the Empyrean waterfall. Beside Jing, there was a big yellow fat cat. At this moment, a person and a cat were playing with the hot pot. Let me tell you, I've already learned 70% to 80% of the essence of Han Fei's cooking. This hot pot is delicious when it's boiling hot. And this red pepper, this thing is very precious. Han Fei only planted a few in his yard, and I dug them all back. After my careful cultivation, I've planted a lot of them now. Jing rolled her eyes. Careful cultivation? Isn't it a lot of spiritual energy? Big Yellow shook its head. That's different. Although I have a lot of red peppers, only I use them. Well, little Joe also gives them to me. Anyway, there are only a few of them. Isn't it precious when no one else has them? Jing said, then put them. What are you doing with a handful of red peppers? Big Yellow was stunned for a moment. I forgot how many a little is. Little Joe told me that a little is. Hearing this, Jing realized that this was an unreliable cat. Suddenly, she had an idea. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Central City. She said, "Take 6 of them, crush them into powder and throw them in." Big Yellow was overjoyed. Wow, under my influence, you have learned the essence of hot pot. Jing echoed with Big Yellow, but she was already talking to Han Fei in her heart. Han Fei said, Jing, let me ask you something. Before Her Majesty became a king, was she worshipped in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Jing, I was slightly puzzled, not knowing why Han Fei asked this. However, she still said, of course. Her Majesty was a peerless heavenly talent that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Every time she reached a new level, she would be invincible in the waterwood heaven. But that was tens of thousands of years ago. Her Majesty once became a demi-venerable in 10 seconds, a venerable in 100 seconds, and a peak-level junior venerable in 2 hours. This amazing feat has been praised for thousands of years. Han Fei asked, then how long did it take for her to become a king from the venerable stage? Jing said without hesitation, I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you. Han Fei said, do you think I'm scared? You can tell me about it. Jing said, it took a total of 38 years. It took the queen 18 years to subdue the 4 major races and become the king of the 4 races. It took 10 years to fight the Bai Bei royal city. In the past 10 years, Her Majesty killed 13 venerable realm great demons by herself, which was a strong venerable that the waterwood heaven had never seen before. In the last 10 years, her strength soared and she broke through in one fell swoop. Han Fei was stunned for a long time. Is the Life Queen so awesome? She looks quite gentle. However, Han Fei immediately suggested, hey, how did the queen resist the Bai Bei royal city before she became a king? Jing said, at that time the White Armor Emperor hadn't become a king yet. You know, when a king was born, many heavenly talents rose up. At that time, the queen appeared in the waterwood heaven, and the White Armor Emperor appeared in the Bai Bei royal city. The queen and the White Armor Emperor became kings only 7 days apart. As soon as the great heavenly tribulation descended, the heavenly power descended, and it was inevitable that she would become a king. Even if the White Armor Emperor became a king first, he couldn't stop the queen. Han Fei asked, so, that is to say, the queen has been worshipped by many people since she was a child? Jing nodded. Yes. What's wrong? Han Fei was silent for a moment. Okay, you guys continue to eat the barbecue. After asking Jing, Han Fei had a rough idea. It seemed that, as Shueishenqi said, it was not enough to rely on the wishes of the millions of people on the scattered stars island to become a king. What if these millions of people could become hundreds of millions or even billions of people? Han Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What if I replaced all the sea god statues with my own statues? However, as soon as this idea came up, Han Fei extinguished it. Before, he didn't know, but now he knew that the sea god statue should be his mother. He didn't know where she was now, but now he knew that the sea god statue should be his mother. Now he stole her faith. Wasn't this a trap? Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that there's still a long way to go to become a king. However, the most urgent thing for him at the moment was to comprehend his own great way. Then he would use this wish power to become a venerable as soon as possible. Once he became a venerable, there would be basically no place in the world that he couldn't go. Even if it was the 1,000-star city, with his means, it was not impossible for him to break into it. Han Fei continued to sit cross-legged, although he could feel this wish power. However, it didn't seem to exist. According to the old turtle, this was a kind of great way. And the great way was invisible, so how could he see its appearance? Therefore, Han Fei immediately changed his way of thinking. Since I can't find the wish power that enter my body, were they hidden in my flesh and blood cells? Then let them come out by themselves. In fact, this was what Han Fei was best at. Han Fei immediately activated the Tao seed and thought in his mind, "Great way, gather." Sure enough, as soon as Han Fei thought of this, the Tao seed immediately rotated. Although Han Fei couldn't see it, he could feel that invisible energy was gathering and drilling into the Tao seed. Suddenly, a small bridge wrapped in mist appeared in front of Han Fei. Wow! Han Fei was overjoyed. The bridge appeared again. Except for when the Great Way first appeared, he had only seen this bridge once. Until today, it appeared for the second time. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Can I go up this time?" The old turtle also said at this time, "Did you see it? The white mist covering the bridge seems to be a little less." Han Fei was stunned. Yes, that's right. The last time he saw this bridge, it was shrouded in white mist everywhere, and he couldn't see anything. This time, although it looked the same, the white mist covering the bridge was at least 1/3 less. Han Fei immediately thought of something. It's the wish power. Thinking of this, Han Fei's heart was excited. The wish power could be integrated into the Great Way and make the Great Way stronger. Even at this moment, Han Fei still felt that invisible power was gathering. This time, Han Fei didn't immediately go up the bridge, because the amount of white mist was gradually decreasing. After half an hour, the amount of white mist was reduced to about half of the original and stopped decreasing. And Han Fei felt that the wish power he had obtained was almost consumed. Wow! Seriously? The power of faith of millions of soldiers is gone? The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Just be content. This power is already a lot. If you have 1 or 2 more times of this kind of wish power, your Great Way may be revealed." Han Fei thought to himself, "How can there be so many times? If you want to win the faith of millions of people, don't you have to do the corresponding things? If you don't do anything, people won't believe you." Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1410. Originally, Han Fei thought that he might not be able to figure out the use of the power of faith in a short time. Who could have thought that it would be so easy for him to manifest his Tao? In fact, not only the bridge came out. Besides, Han Fei didn't know if there was something wrong with his eyes or something. His Tao seed seemed to have grown a little bigger. At this moment, it was the size of a small green bean that had just been planted. The Tao seed has become bigger, and the bridge has come out. No wonder no matter where I go, I have to make a statue there. Under the worship of hundreds of millions of people, the power of faith is inestimable. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the misty bridge in front of him. Since it was a bridge, he had to walk on it. His Tao, his bridge, if he didn't walk on it, who would walk on it? At this moment, the power of faith he had accumulated had been consumed. What else could Han Fei do but walk on it himself? Han Fei took a breath. "I'm going to go up." Bam! Han Fei stepped on the bridge. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, when he walked to the middle, Han Fei felt relaxed. This time, although it was also relaxed, Han Fei felt that his power was expanding and his Tao seed was trembling. The feeling was different this time. Han Fei quickly said, "Old Yuan, do you find anything wrong?" However, Han Fei found that a fuzzy mist barrier seemed to have been born in his divine sense at some point, which blocked the old turtle too. Han Fei was shocked. Last time it was not like this. The old turtle walked all the way to the middle of the bridge with him. But this time he just went up 1 step and the old turtle was isolated. Is my great Tao so strong? Han Fei couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't feel the slightest worry because the old turtle was isolated. The old turtle knew him too well and knew too much. The more he knew, the more he couldn't let it go. Otherwise, if all his secrets were exposed by this guy, what would he do? Now it was just the right time. The old turtle couldn't see his Tao, which should be a kind of self-protection of the Tao. Han Fei continued to climb the bridge without hesitation. 1 step, 2 steps. With every step up, Han Fei felt that the Tao seed shook more violently and his power fluctuated more violently. For some reason, Han Fei had a feeling that his power of the Great Path could already be used. However, apart from creating something out of nothing, Han Fei didn't know how to make use of this power. As soon as he reached the 7th step, Han Fei felt his legs turn to jelly. He felt like he was carrying 2 mountains on his back. The gravity was so strong that his legs were bent. However, it was different from last time. Last time, Han Fei only had a half golden body, and his flesh and bones were much weaker than now. But today, Han Fei's golden body refinement had reached the phenomenal success level, and his flesh and blood had changed qualitatively. Therefore, Han Fei managed to resist the terrifying gravity that felt like a mountain hanging above his head. The last time he was here, he fused with Little Black and Little White. He seemed to have seen another version of himself, an invisible force, and a void this time. Through the mist, Han Fei still couldn't see it clearly. It seemed to be the same as before. However, Han Fei felt that he could still move forward. Hoo. Han Fei took dozens of breaths before he slowly and tentatively took another step forward. Bam! When this step fell, Han Fei felt that his body bent a little again. The weight on his head seemed to have increased again. Han Fei immediately realized that he was not going up the bridge, but going down the bridge. After taking this step, Han Fei seemed to have realized that if he took another step forward, he would probably be able to hold it. However, if he continued, he might not be able to. Sure enough, Han Fei took another step down without hesitation. Clap, clap. Han Fei put his hands directly on his knees. He felt that he was about to squat down and couldn't hold it anymore. Fuse. When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei's face suddenly became a bit colder. Through his eyes, Han Fei actually saw 3 paths in the mist. Unlike the last time, he saw 3 paths this time. Each path was only about 3 or 5 meters long, and then it was cut off by darkness, as if he was not allowed to look back. However, these 3 paths were extremely strange. Under the bridge, the 3 paths diverged, and on the one in the middle, there was a person standing, a person who looked exactly like him, quietly looking at him on the bridge. This feeling was very weird. Han Fei stared at him for more than 10 seconds, only to find that the person's eyes were motionless like a statue. Han Fei thought to himself, is it another me? Then he looked at the path on the left. The array on that path was twisted, the lines were complicated, and it was full of vast and unpredictable strange lines. In those lines, Han Fei felt vitality, soft brilliance, full of holiness and warmth. Tianqi Avenue? Gudu! When he saw that path, Han Fei immediately had a feeling that it was the great path of a spirit gatherer, the Tianqi Avenue. Why did it appear in his great path? Han Fei looked at the path on the right again. On this path, there were not so complicated lines and textures, but there seemed to be a kind of weird energy. Occasionally there was golden light flowing. Occasionally there was tidal energy, and the rest was strong murderous intent and fighting intent. That kind of willpower was reflected in his mind. Han Fei subconsciously said, "The invincible path?" Han Fei was stunned. On the left was the Tianqi Avenue, and on the right was the invincible path? Han Fei seemed to understand a little now. As a spirit gatherer, he had learned the Tianqi Avenue. Therefore, the Tianqi Avenue appeared in his great path. because he was now walking on the invincible path and practicing the body-refining technique. An invincible path appeared in front of him. If the old turtle hadn't told him before that he had never seen this great path, Han Fei would have thought that everyone was the same. In the explorer realm, there would be a bridge. Only after crossing the bridge would he find that there were multiple choices, and he could choose the most suitable great path for himself. However, this white mist bridge itself was his own great path. Did he have an extra step to cross the bridge than others? However, after crossing the bridge, did he still have to choose a great path to take? But if he didn't have to choose, why did 3 great paths appear? It was obvious that he was being asked to choose. Han Fei knew both the great paths on the left and the right. However, he couldn't understand the one in the middle at all. Why was there another great path standing on the opposite side? What great path did he represent? Han Fei didn't understand this at all. Han Fei didn't want to choose now, and he probably couldn't. He had already gone down 2 steps. Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm afraid I still can't cross it this time." But in any case, the mist was reduced, and he had gone up 2 more steps than last time. The day when the white mist dissipated might be the day when he walked to the other side of the bridge. And the day when he reached the other side of the white mist bridge should also be the day when he became a venerable. At the last moment, Han Fei used all his strength and took another step forward. However, as soon as he moved his foot, he sat down on the steps. Then, Han Fei felt dizzy. When he recovered from this dizziness, there was no bridge in front of him. Han Fei was panting, and his whole body was soaked at this moment. This time, what Han Fei saw was much more vivid than last time, and he saw the 3 paths under the bridge clearly. The old turtle's voice sounded immediately. "What happened? At the moment you stepped on the bridge, the power of the great path shielded me. Have you mastered your great path?" Han Fei said grumpily, "Look at how sweaty I am. Do I look like I have mastered my great path?" Han Fei looked at his data information. However, this time there was only a slight change in the data, and the difference was extremely small. It should be the nourishing effect of the power of hope on the body. The matter of crossing the bridge should have nothing to do with strength, but with the great path. Although he couldn't cross the bridge this time, Han Fei finally knew the way to cross the bridge. He had to find a way to accumulate more power of hope. As long as he got the power of hope, his great path would eventually be revealed. Then what was the 3rd path? He would eventually have the answer. In this case, Han Fei didn't think too much about it. There was no need to cultivate in seclusion at this moment. The power of hope had been used up, and it would take time for him to disassemble his spiritual energy. Now, what he couldn't afford to delay the most was time. After all, he was only 4% away from reaching the standard of becoming a venerable. Originally, Han Fei felt that he should practice and reach 70% disassembly rate as soon as possible. However, as the saying goes, haste makes waste. Even if he reached 70%, Han Fei didn't think he would immediately become a venerable. What if he could reach 80%? He had spent too little time in the explorer realm. At most, it had only been 3 years. From the tribulation to the peak level in 3 years, this speed was even comparable to that of Tang Yen back then. And Tang Yen cultivated with the power of hope, but Han Fei didn't. Just when Han Fei was thinking about what to do next, something suddenly happened. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the array outside the mansion was shaking, and some power was trying to break the array by force. With a thought, Han Fei passed through the array and saw a venerable he had never seen before, trying to break the array with a face full of anger. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately knew which side they were on. Who else could it be except the big families? And his guards had already been thrown 100 kilometers away, lying on the ground. Above the sky, Han Fei's roar was like thunder. "Traitors of big families, how dare you break into my mansion and hurt my guards? Are you going to rebel? Venerables of the 7 sects, Please come back and kill this bastard with me. Third, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1411. Han Fei didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to disrespect him when he had just taken office. Boom! A saber light soared into the sky above the central city. A sky-piercing light soared into the sky. Bam! Han Fei's roar really caught everyone off guard. On the Scattered Stars Island, many people were taken aback. In the club, someone was drinking. Suddenly, he heard a clap of thunder in his ear. Then his butt trembled and the glass in his hand fell. In the Fishers' Union, many people were fishing. This was their daily work. Someone looked pleasantly surprised. A blood spirit shrimp was about to take the bait, which was worth a lot of money. Just when the blood spirit shrimp was about to take the bait, there was a roar in the sky, and all the creatures in the offshore sea fled in fear. F***CK, what's going on? That voice, it's so familiar. Huh, isn't that General Han's voice? What's going on? Who is General Han going to kill? Many people who were on break and on duty saw a terrifying saber light sweep through the sky, directly cutting a huge hole in the sky. Han Fei stepped in the air and pointed at the sky. Which family are you from? How dare you attack the city, Lord's Mansion? Of course. The big families came to negotiate because Han Fei was too domineering and didn't care about the consequences. So they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't kill the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. What if he was killed by the big families of the Thousand Star City? The consequences would be very serious. On the Scattered Stars Island, there were all elites of the human race. Once they became enemies with the Thousand Star City, they would be disappointed. In the future, they wouldn't be able to guard against it, for no other reason than that there were too many elites here. Any one of them could rise in the future. At that time, if they found trouble with the big families, they would make countless enemies for the big families. Yesterday, the big families came to negotiate. Han Fei asked for too many resources. They were really unwilling to invest such a huge amount of resources into the Scattered Stars Island. They couldn't directly attack Han Fei, but they couldn't avoid him either. Therefore, these big families wanted to give him some resources. Then, they would negotiate in private. Han Fei should know when to stop. But to his surprise, as soon as he proposed this idea yesterday, Han Fei cursed loudly and was even ready to kill him. Because the experts of the 7 great sects were present. What else could Chu Qing and the others do other than go back in disgrace? Today, the people who came were different. How many ancestors of the Zhang clan are there? Anyway, there was another one. Back then, Han Fei failed to steal from the Zhang family and instead caused Li Tianshan and the Zhang family's second ancestor to fight. In the end, the heaven-severing finger killed the second patriarch of the Zhang clan. Therefore, today the Zhang family came with anger. Although he couldn't do anything to Han Fei, the Zhang family had another source of confidence, which was money. Whether it was the currency of the Thousand Star City or the 36 towns. In the end, the Zhang family was responsible for taking back the useless pearls and destroying them. The Zhang family was chosen because the Zhang family controlled the dragon boats and could get a share of the Scattered Stars Island. Also, the Zhang family was responsible for the major markets of the Thousand Star City. In terms of financial resources, none of the Chu sect, the Chao family, or the other major families were a match for the Zhang family. Besides, because the Zhang family had a strong foundation, others didn't dare to touch the Zhang family at will. Otherwise, if the Zhang family shook the world with their wealth, ordinary people really couldn't solve the problem. They could fight, but how to settle accounts? The other families were indeed helpless. But now the dragon boats of the Level 3 fishery were gone, and the Scattered Stars Island was gone, but the economic regulation couldn't be stopped. Therefore, it was necessary for Zhang Zhihua to challenge Han Fei. It was precisely because of this that the big families pushed the Zhang family to negotiate. After all, the Zhang family was also the best at doing business. If the economy collapsed, the Thousand Star City and the 36 towns would be in chaos. Even the Scattered Stars Island would be in chaos. Before Zhang Jihua came, he had already made up his mind. Even the economy of the Scattered Stars Island was controlled by the Zhang family to some extent. Where would the pearls collected from the pearl divers' port go? They were all controlled by the Zhang family. Han Fei didn't want them to be in chaos. Fine, hand over the level 3 fishery, or exempt the Zhang family from entering the island. Zhang Dehua even felt that he could directly talk to Han Fei about the king's corpse. And these were the reasons why Zhang Jihua dared to break the seal by force. But when he led the crowd here, he found that Han Fei actually closed the door and refused to see any guests. Damn it, you asked us to pay the money, but you closed the door and refused to see any guests? Are you deliberately messing with us and slapping us in the face? You're a venerable, but so many people are waiting outside your city, Lord's mansion. How *king ostentatious. Even explorers would feel resentful, let alone venerable realm experts. However, what Zhang Jihua never expected was that Han Fei, this be *starred, just slashed him with a knife. *ck negotiate? Why did you slash me? At this moment, Han Fei was furious and pointed his knife at the sky. Tell me, who are you? Today, if I don't have a good reason, I'll definitely kill you. Chu Qing and the others hid in the void and sneered secretly. Yi Kai also said, Han Fei is just a reckless man who only knows how to fight. If the Zhang family takes action, Han Fei won't be able to deal with them at all. Chu Qing said lightly, but the Zhang family may not necessarily take action. Using money is a big deal. If you're not careful, you'll become a sinner. However, it's better to deepen the hatred between Han Fei and the Zhang family first. Even if the Zhang family tolerates it now, how can the Zhang family, which has lost all face, give up? Zhang Jihua and Han Fei looked at each other across the air and shouted, I'm Zhang Jihua from the Zhang family. I'm here to negotiate. Han Fei, why did you close the door and refuse to see any guests? Hearing this, Han Fei thought to himself, I've never seen this person before. Whose family is he? However, as soon as the Zhang family came, Han Fei immediately knew their intentions. Xue Shenqi and Mu Tianfang both reminded him of this matter. They mentioned the Zhang family's ability to control the economy. Han Fei scoffed at them. Economy? I know how to do that too. I don't know how to deal with complicated economics. How could I not know how to create innovative economic models and find some think tanks to give me advice? After all, I've seen the integration of the global economy. The Zhang family is nothing to me. In secret, Han Fei had already found the Scattered Stars 6th unit, which was dedicated to research. At that time, Chao Qiu invented a poison god, which was immediately sucked in. When Han Fei took out the paper currency he invented and the barter pricing rule, the entire Scattered Stars 6th unit was shocked. They knew that Han Fei had done another great thing. This guy wanted to redefine the model of currency. Once this method was implemented, the meaning of the pearl's existence would no longer be so absolute. At that time, paper money and pearls could be used as currency. The situation would be complicated and difficult to solve. Some people in the Scattered Stars 6th unit speculated that at that time, the two-currency currency could even replace the Zhang family's qualification to collect pearls. Han Fei didn't really have nothing to do, not to mention the Scattered Stars 6th unit. He had actually already found the Scattered Stars 5th unit. The Scattered Stars 5th unit was the most secret supervisory department of the Scattered Stars Island. Ordinary people didn't know their existence at all. Even many people who knew the Scattered Stars 7th unit didn't know that there was a supervisory department. When Han Fei took over as the Supreme Commander, the real purpose of the new supervisory department was actually to keep one in the light and the other in the dark. One in the light and the other in the dark. In this way, it was reasonable to use the right and the wrong at the same time. Although Han Fei had never been a big leader in the real sense, how could he not know these things? Moreover, he was the one who came up with the system in the City of Justice. He could come up with plans and strategies himself. As for the problems in the implementation process, he could modify them while implementing them. Setting up a think tank, collecting opinions, and jointly drafting various rules was the job of a leader. Therefore, the moment Zhang Zhihua announced his name, Han Fei immediately knew why he was here. At this moment, the venerables all flew over, looking dumbfounded. Who is Han Fei going to do this time? When they saw Zhang Zhihua, they were speechless. Han Fei, you're really stubborn. You're just the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Not a real king yet, and you haven't taken over the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns yet. However, Han Fei took the initiative and shouted, "How dare you threaten me with the common currency of the entire human race? You're so despicable. Do you know that once the currency is changed, the entire human race will be subverted and the foundation of the human race will be shaken? The Zhang family of the 1,000-star city is trying to shake the foundation of the human race for their own interests. You should be punished. I'll watch my sword." Zhang Zhihua was dumbfounded. "I haven't even said anything yet. Son of AB***, why are you so dramatic?" All the venerables. Chu Qing shouted, "Not good, Brother Zhang. Han Fei is setting a trap for you. Even if you didn't plan to do this before, Han Fei's sound waves have already spread throughout the Scattered Stars Island. Now, I'm afraid the entire Scattered Stars Island has heard it." Zhang Zhihua felt that his blood was freezing. "Damn it, can you not shout at the entire Scattered Stars Island for no reason? Do you think it's glorious to shout at everyone?" However, the next moment, a scene that made all the venerables even more embarrassed appeared. In the void, Zhang Zhihua's voice sounded, "Han Fei, don't be too ruthless. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm afraid you can't afford the price." Zhang Zhihua was stunned. "I didn't say anything." Everyone looked at Han Fei. This voice came from Han Fei's side, shaking in the void and covering the entire Scattered Stars Island. Damn it, Han Fei was acting alone. And he was acting in front of them. He didn't disguise it at all. Sure enough, as soon as Han Fei said this, the entire Scattered Stars Island went crazy. Someone who was drinking smashed his glass and stood up. What a vicious Zhang family. No wonder Marshal Han was furious and wanted to kill this person. This guy wants to subvert the economy of the human race. Someone burst into rage and roared at the sky. "F***, you old B***stards of the Zhang family. You're too cruel. Marshal Han just asked you for resources. You want to touch billions of human beings? That's a crime." Even the rogue cultivators of the 1,000-star city were dumbfounded. They kept saying, "The big clans are tyrannical. The big clans are tyrannical. The big clans are really the cancer of the human race." Someone shouted angrily, "The big clans are tyrannical. They want to destroy the human race. That's a crime." First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1412. At that time, the soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island were seething with anger. For a while, all kinds of curses lasted for a long time, and the curses were really earth-shattering. If the big families didn't want to give resources, they didn't have to threaten General Han with the stability of the entire human race. Zhang Zhihua flew into a rage. "Han Fei, don't slander me." "In a hurry," Zhang Zhihua shouted, trying to defend himself. However, he didn't know what to say for a while after hearing what Han Fei had said. Could it be that I didn't say those words just now? Was it Han Fei who acted? Han Fei's purpose was to make the millions of soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island hostile to the big families? However, Han Fei's performance was over. At this time, how many people would believe him if he explained it? Would these soldiers believe Han Fei? Or would they believe him who suddenly appeared? "In a hurry," Zhang Zhihua said to Han Fei via voice transmission again. "Han Fei, don't make this matter public. We can negotiate about the resources you want." "Negotiate?" Han Fei smiled, and his body suddenly shone with golden light, and the giant phantom tore the void. You broke into my mansion and threatened the human race. How can I tolerate you? If I don't kill you today, I won't have the face to take over the Scattered Stars Island. Chilla. Han Fei tore the void, stretched out his hand, and a big mirror fell in his hand. It was none other than the genuine sky hanging mirror. This mirror was mysterious and could display the sky curtain and play the scene thousands of kilometers away. When he was on the ancient battlefield, Shueishenqi had shown it in person. Han Fei tore the void, and his voice sounded in Zhang Jihua's mind. You want to threaten me with money? Your Zhang family's inheritance of 10,000 years will be destroyed by you. Zhang Jihua shouted. Han Fei, all this is just a self-directed performance. What does it have to do with my Zhang family? Han Fei sneered. You are already here. If I say it has something to do with your Zhang family, then it has something to do with me. Of course, if I say it has nothing to do with your Zhang family, then it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Jihua was already furious, but Han Fei's words forced him to suppress his anger. He growled, What do you want? A cunning glint flashed in Han Fei's eyes. The big families usually believe in one thing. As time goes by, all the unfavorable factors will eventually fade and be forgotten. No one would pursue the past filth, the past illicit affairs. Therefore, you can be as despicable as you want. In any case, everything will be forgotten. But today, your Zhang family was used by others to come and bargain with me, and now you want to play safe? That was just wishful thinking. I'll give you two choices. One is for me to become your enemy, and we'll fight to the death. Also, you will be blown up by me 3 times to appease the millions of soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island. Impossible. Zhang Huiji was enraged. Han Fei had brought the sky-hanging mirror. How could he not see this? He had already run into the void. Why did he bring the sky-hanging mirror with him? Needless to say, Han Fei, this be *starred, just wanted the whole Scattered Stars Island to see his miserable defeat. This person was too shameless. Zhang Jihua's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he couldn't explain it to the millions of soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island. He had fallen into Han Fei's trap. The Zhang family had stood in the 1,000-star city for tens of thousands of years. If they were really blown up by Han Fei 3 times, how could they save their face? Zhang Huiji shouted, Chu Qin Yi Kai, come and help me. However, Han Fei flipped the round mirror in his hand, and on the Scattered Stars Island, the sky curtain bloomed and the void picture was clearly displayed. Seeing this picture, even Yang Kuan, who had just taken a step forward, shrank back. Everyone, including the 7 major sects, was shocked. Han Fei's move was too cruel. What did the big families want? They wanted to save their face. Even when they came to negotiate with Han Fei, they actually wanted to save some face. However, Han Fei decided to slap them in the face and live-streamed the whole scene. Millions of pairs of eyes were staring at the void at this moment. Who the *CK dared to come up? Given Han Fei's unscrupulous and shameless character, what if during the battle someone suddenly said that he was from the Chu sect or the Yi family? Wouldn't the family lose face? At this moment, on the Scattered Stars Island, countless people looked up at the sky. In the picture, Han Fei was wearing a battle suit, shining with golden light and surrounded by tens of thousands of knives like dragons. In the black misty void, the long river of knives strangled more than a dozen terrifying knife currents. Someone exclaimed, Oh my God, General Han has taken action. *CK, I've never seen a venerable powerhouse in my life. Someone cursed. What nonsense are you talking about? General Han hasn't become a venerable yet. It's said that he's just a peak-level explorer. This is a battle between realms and a venerable. Gulp. Many people swallowed frantically, looking at the terrifying long river of knife light. As soon as the sky curtain was released, the scene of the battle between the two sides was immediately magnified countless times. That terrifying saber light only needed one slash to make one's scalp go numb. What did it mean when 10,000 knives were flying? The Empyrean waterfall. Big Yellow meowed. Han Fei is fighting. He's so powerful. He Xiaoyu and her teammates looked at the sky blankly. Next to her, the armorist swallowed. Is this the combat power of a venerable? I'm afraid that even a team of ours can't resist it, right? Next door, the manipulator said, not just a team. Even a team can't resist it. This kind of power has already transcended. We can't deal with it at all. As long as it's slightly affected, we can't stand it. He Xiaoyu took a deep breath and then looked at Zhou Yinling, only to find that Zhou Yinling was as calm as ever. She had mixed feelings. On the transverse mountain, outside a small house, Shueishenqi looked at this scene indifferently, expressionless. However, Shueishenqi had mixed feelings. He didn't know if it was the right decision to give the position of the supreme commander to Han Fei. My sky-hanging mirror is used in battles. What are you doing? Why are you playing a movie? Somewhere in an unknown space, the corners of Han Guangchu's mouth twitched. Holding a cup of tea, he murmured to the void, "Our son's personality is a bit different from ours. I hope our daughter can be better." In the void, Han Fei thought, "I was worried that I couldn't collect the power of faith. How could I let go of this meat bun that was delivered to me? In any case, I'd better eat it first." Zhang Zhihua didn't accept his proposal, so Han Fei didn't wait any longer. He shouted, "Traitor Zhang, today I'll clean up the mess for the human world." Boom! The sacrificial punch suddenly erupted. At this moment, the extremely tyrannical sky-piercing punch displayed the aura that it should have. Seeing Han Fei's punch, all the venerables on the side narrowed their eyes. Jian Sanqing said, "In just over 10 years, Han Fei has grown into another Ren Tianfei." Fairy Huiyue shook her head slightly. "No, although Ren Tianfei is very arrogant, he is also very straightforward. He said he would kill 1,000 Star City. Do you think Han Fei will?" The atmosphere froze. Han Fei? This kid is very shrewd and good at acting. He knew very well that the story only needed to be told to those who needed to believe it. Just now, Zhang Zhihua was tricked, and Han Fei imitated his speech. And he did it in such a dignified way. Beast King technique. At this moment, on the Scattered Stars Island, regardless of strength, Han Fei was the only king here. Han Fei was not afraid at all. His body expanded and grew to the height of a war giant. In his hand, wherever Snowmorn passed, ice and snow fell, the void froze, and sword marks tore the sky apart. Just looking at it was enough to send chills down one's spine, and a chill ran down one's spine. Someone shivered all over. What a terrifying power! It's so cold just looking at it. Someone's eyes glowed. So strong. Is this the power of a venerable? Is this the real power of General Han? At this moment, many people felt that no wonder Shueishenqi passed the position of the supreme commander to Han Fei. He was 2F** King awesome. A peak-level explorer chased after a venerable all the way? How exciting! Zhang Zhihua finally burst into fury and roared, "Han Fei, don't go too far. Do you really think I can't stop you?" Han Fei sneered. "Why don't you try?" With a thought from Zhang Zhihua, the void within 100 kilometers instantly turned into a vast ocean of fire. Fuse! A fiery serpent stood behind Zhang Zhihua and then drilled into his body. Zhang Zihua's facial orifices were all on fire. It seemed that his flesh and blood were burning, and flames were spurting out of the gaps of his battle suit. Sky-burning sea of fire. On the Scattered Stars Island, hundreds of thousands of people were frightened by the terrifying waves of fire. The newcomers who had just arrived on the Scattered Stars Island even fell to the ground in fright. Chu Qing said, "Brother Zhang, Han Fei's Tao can seal space. You must be careful." With a thought, Zhang Jihua raised waves of fire and set up fire seeds within 1,000 kilometers. Even if Han Fei really had a way to seal the void, he could still leave. Han Fei, I won't kill you, but it doesn't mean that I don't dare to fight you. The Zhang family will not touch the currency base of the clan, not now and not in the future. Don't pester me. Han Fei ignored him and continued to act. Now, are you afraid? Do you want to compromise? Let me tell you, it's too late. If I don't kill you today, how can I be in charge of the Scattered Stars Island? Fuse! Han Fei roared, and suddenly his eyes were divided into black and white. For the first time, a terrifying pupil technique really appeared in front of everyone. It seemed that he was extremely shocked, like a terrifying king without feelings. Hula! The giant Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. In the sea of fire, dozens of fiery serpents turned into pure flame energy and were directly swallowed by Han Fei. Zhang Jihua was dumbfounded. CK, what the hell is this? It can even absorb my Dao fire? Zhang Jihua was dumbfounded. The other venerables were also dumbfounded, and the million soldiers were even more dumbfounded. On a certain coastline, Lin Wu looked at this scene in horror and murmured, Senior brother is so strong. Is this the path I want to take? Huh. The 100-beast soul suppressor roared. In an instant, hundreds of beasts flew across the sky, and the roars were distorted again and again. Wait for the light. The Tao of 9 sounds descended, and Zhang Jihua's face was twisted. These were all powers that many people had never heard of. Under the impact, Zhang Jihua felt that his head was about to explode. Although he was not a beginner venerable, he was only a peak-level junior venerable, still far from the intermediate level. And Han Fei's power was so terrifying that it had already surpassed his. At this moment, a terrifying power as long as a kilometer, like a primeval serpent, blasted at Han Fei. But in everyone's eyes, Han Fei didn't dodge and resisted the terrifying impact of the flames with his body alone. From time to time, Han Fei swallowed it. In just a few seconds, he swallowed the fiery serpent. There's a forbidden spell here. Zhang Jihua immediately felt that something was wrong. He turned into flames, and with a flash of fire, he had already appeared 1,000 kilometers away. However, as soon as Zhang Jihua appeared, the heavenly sword shadow chopped straight down from his head. He didn't have a chance to run at all. Zhang Jihua thought he had run away. But Han Fei activated the horizon technique and forced Zhang Jihua to shrink his super long distance to only 10 kilometers away. Chilla. Zhang Jihua was cut into flame fragments by the sword. Then, frost flowers quickly froze in the void. Han Fei held his sword horizontally and frowned slightly. Not dead? Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1413. On the Scattered Stars Island, millions of people gasped. They were shocked by the horrifying sword light. A super venerable that should only exist in the legends was killed by Han Fei with a single slash. Gulp. Someone took a deep breath. Marshal Han, you really dared to kill him. Someone was dumbfounded. Marshal Han, you're too domineering. You killed a venerable just like that? You didn't even hesitate at all. Someone cursed. Good job. Chu Qing and the others all changed their expressions. It seemed that Han Fei's spatial power was not as simple as sealing the void. This guy could actually control the void. No wonder he dared to kill a venerable as a peak-level explorer. On the Empyrean waterfall, Peaceful also curled her lips and thought, I taught him the closed distance technique. That's my unique technique. Xue Shinqi watched this scene quietly. He probably knew that Han Fei's purpose of doing this was to obtain the power of will. This secret had always been known only by the supreme commander of the Empyrean waterfall. Those from the big clans had never been chosen as the supreme commander. Even the previous supreme commanders were afraid that the people from the big clans would discover this secret if they became the supreme commander. But what about the people who knew this secret? They wouldn't easily tell this secret to others. If one more person knew, in fact, it meant one more competitor. Xue Xinqi thought, if Han Fei can become a venerable, the world will be turned upside down. As long as he was not in the Thousand-Star City, the big clans couldn't do anything to him. When Han Fei became a venerable, he would have to go to the Thousand-Star City again. At that time, wouldn't the world be turned upside down? However, this had to wait until the crisis on the Scattered Stars Island was resolved. At this moment, before Heaven's cry could descend, Zhang Jihua appeared again. Han Fei said telepathically again, "You may have dodged once, but let's see if you can dodge twice." Zhang Jihua was shocked to find that he couldn't beat Han Fei. What the F***CK is this? In terms of strength, Han Fei was actually not much stronger than him. In terms of soul, Han Fei shouldn't be as strong as him. In terms of mastery of the great Tao, Zhang Jihua had no confidence in this. Han Fei was too evil. His control of the power of space seemed extraordinary. It shouldn't be something that an explorer should have. Moreover, this fellow's physique was really too strong. He actually forcefully swallowed his great Tao fire and was completely fine. This was undoubtedly breaking his own great Tao. How was he supposed to continue fighting? In reality, it was not Han Fei who could swallow Zhang Jihua's great path fire, but Little Black. The terrifying flames were inhaled by Han Fei. It was immediately absorbed by Little Black. The rest was just pure energy, which couldn't shake the current Han Fei. And Han Fei's behavior, just now, clearly showed that he didn't want to let him live. If he hadn't separated a part of his divine soul to hide in advance, he would have died this time. This meant that Han Fei really wanted to kill him, and he really dared to kill him. This brat was completely lawless, not caring about the consequences at all. From Han Fei's disguise just now to Han Fei's current wanton killing, completely regardless of the consequences, Zhang Jihua took it for granted that Han Fei was just a killer. Although he was stronger than Xue Xinqi in terms of IQ, he was far inferior to Xue Xinqi. How could he reason with such a killer who did things completely regardless of the consequences? Could it make sense? In an instant, Zhang Jihua's newly reborn body split into countless flames again, scattering in all directions. But Zhang Jihua said, "Han Fei, I promise you." Han Fei sneered in his heart. "You're only agreeing now. What were you doing earlier?" "Fine, in that case. Just beat me up twice more, and I'll let this matter go." However, the Zhang family must take the lead in promising resources on the spot. "I think you should have brought these resources. As the richest Zhang family in the Thousand-Star City, it's impossible for you not to have a last trump card." No matter how angry Zhang Jihua was, what could he do? Before coming, he vowed that he would force Han Fei to give in. After coming, to be honest, he was already dumbfounded. He had never seen such a reckless person like Han Fei. Han Fei shouted, "Reborn from a single drop of blood? Let's see how many times you can be reborn." Han Fei stepped into the air, followed by frost and snow. In the sky, the flames were blazing. Even through the sky, mortals could no longer see the battle in the void with their naked eyes. Someone wondered, wasn't the venerable of the Zhang family killed just now? Someone sighed. That's a venerable. How can he die so easily? He has the ability to be reborn from a single drop of blood. With a drop of blood, he can recreate himself. Someone said angrily, "I really don't know how such a person cultivated to the venerable realm. He doesn't take the lives of ordinary people seriously." Someone echoed, "He doesn't take our lives seriously at all. He's simply a cancer of the human race. He's crazily greedy for the resources and power of our human race. Compared with the Thousand-Star City, our 36 towns can't compare at all in all kinds of resources." Someone was discussing, "Do you think Marshal Han can win?" "Nonsense, of course I can win. How strong is Marshal Han? We saw that the venerable of the Zhang family couldn't fight back at all." I'm afraid he was also so powerful when he killed the two sea demon venerables. It's just that this time, the people from the big clans are a little stronger. The millions of soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island were all looking forward to it excitedly. However, the faces of Chu Qing and the others had already darkened. After Zhang Jihua was killed just now, although the battle between Han Fei and Zhang Jihua was in full swing, it didn't feel like a life-and-death battle anymore. They were all venerables. Who didn't know what the two of them were doing? Sun Baixing's face was stiff. Zhang Jihua compromised. Yang Kuan immediately said, "Are we really going to give such a huge amount of resources to the Scattered Stars Island? Can the Scattered Stars Island swallow him?" Chu Qing's face was ugly. It's not a matter of whether they can swallow him or not. The problem is that the Scattered Stars Island will accept this amount of resources, but they won't consider our kindness. They will only think that the big clans of the Thousand Star City have compromised. Yi Kai nodded. That's right, but this is his territory. If we want to see the remains of the king, we have to be respectful to him before the battle. Yang Kuan roared, F***CK, I really want to kill him. Bam. Boom, in the void, Zhang Jihua was blown up again. Han Fei was like a Vajra god of war. The scene flashed and disappeared. Good. All hail Marshal Han. Marshal Han beat him to death. Let the big clans know that we, the mighty human race, will never submit to them. The big clans should be killed. Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is invincible. Suddenly, on the Scattered Stars Island, millions of people shouted at the sky in unison. The scene was spectacular, and Han Fei himself didn't realize that when these millions of people were united, some kind of will seem to descend, and the essence of the human world seemed to gather here. Han Guanshu noticed it. At this moment, holding the teacup, he watched this scene with a smile. Peaceful also noticed it, and was dumbfounded. Is this Han Fei's power in the Yinyang heaven? 1,000,000 people, all of them shouting in unison, and their auras shot into the sky. This sort of feeling caused her to feel slightly dazed. This kind of feeling was a bit like when Her Majesty unified the 4 clans. Rumble! The flames exploded again, and Zhang Jihua was reborn again. 3 times in a row, the crowd was agitated. Zhang Jihua was reborn 3 times, but he didn't really die. This also made many people realize how terrifying the Venerable Realm was. With the blood drop rebirth, Zhang Jihua could actually fight with Marshal Han for so long? All of a sudden, a voice echoed in the void. Han Fei, I won't threaten you with the currency of the human race. I'll give you the resources you want. In the darkness, a large number of swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells appeared. Seeing this, Han Fei finally stopped. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed all these resources. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that the resources were almost the same. He didn't need to care about the verification. Han Fei immediately turned his head, looked at the void, and shouted, "Where are the resources of your families? If you brought them, give them to me. If you didn't, go back to the Thousand Star City." When the 1,000,000 soldiers saw the massive amount of resources, they were all tempted. They had already tasted the benefits of the spirit awakening fluid, and the whole island was full of people making breakthroughs. At this moment, the Zhang family was suppressed by Marshal Han and given resources, which were all for them. Han Fei was fighting for them. At this moment, the 1,000,000 soldiers knew that there was more than one family in the big clans. Now that one family had given resources to Han Fei, what about the other families? Would they give resources to him? Everyone held their breath. Marshal Han had asked for a batch of resources because of him. What if these people refused? Was Han Fei going to continue to fight? Humph! In the void, there was a leisurely voice, and then a piece of swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells flew towards Han Fei. In the sky, hundreds of swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells flew towards Han Fei, which made countless soldiers grin. Ha ha ha! Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is so fierce. It's so satisfying. Oh, I won't give them to him. But he still gave them to him. Damn it, if I don't teach him a lesson, he won't listen to me. It's hard to say whether Marshal Han can control the battle situation and command the battlefield. However, in terms of robbing, Marshal Han is the best. Smack, this person's head was immediately patted and someone scolded. Damn it, do you know how to talk? Is Marshal Han robbing us? He's fighting for resources for us. He does things in an open and above-board manner, and is full of righteousness. Hearing this, many people scratch their heads. Is this how to use awe-inspiring righteousness? Finally, end of this chapter. Chapter 14:14. In this battle, Han Fei won. It could also be said that the millions of soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island won the final victory. Zhang Jihua was very aggrieved. Of course, he didn't want to lose to Han Fei. When he came, he never expected such a result. However, from the very beginning, Han Fei had the intention to kill him. He really wanted to kill him. Could Zhang Jihua resist it? If he could, he wouldn't have been hacked by Han Fei. In the first fight, Zhang Jihua knew that if he didn't agree, Han Fei would kill him. For a venerable, life was the most important thing. Even the interests of the family were more important than their own lives. So, Zhang Jihua compromised. He took the lead to hand over the resources, and the other families had to give them. Why? The millions of soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island were watching the live broadcast. If others were willing to give them, but you refused, wouldn't you provoke public anger? This was definitely not a wise move. Besides, with Han Fei's strength, the consequences would be even more serious if he didn't give them the resources. At this time, Han Fei was very popular, and the major families didn't want to offend him now, looking at the expressions of the venerables on the other side. Han Fei smiled faintly and found the familiar feeling again. These big families all bullied the weak and feared the strong, as long as you were strong enough. So what if you slapped them in the face? Just like in the Age of Doom, even if you slash people in front of them. So what? The big families had deep foundations and many strong masters in the family. Although they were powerful, such families often had a lot of scruples. They were not alone, and the whole family had too many businesses. This was also the fundamental reason why old Han and the others could frighten these big families. When a huge amount of resources were collected by Han Fei shouted, "Wang Lin, come and check the resources. But if there's anything wrong, tell me." "Hey, General Han, I'm coming." Wang Lin's heart was still trembling. Just now, he was trembling all over when he watched the battle. Different from ordinary people, these explorer-level powerhouses could more or less see the difference. After all, in terms of realm alone, Wang Lin was at least an intermediate explorer. What Wang Lin was most worried about at that time was not whether Han Fei could grab the resources, but that Han Fei really killed Zhang Jihua. That would be the end of them. The Zhang family was the #1 conglomerate in the Thousand-Star City. They came to the Scattered Stars Island to negotiate, only to kill a venerable? How could the clan not be angry? Now that Zhang Jihua wasn't dead, Wang Lin managed to get 5 huge portions of resources. To put it bluntly, the Scattered Stars Island couldn't swallow such a huge amount of resources for now. Han Fei's batch of resources alone had already occupied all the Feimu furnaces on the Scattered Stars Island. All kinds of spirit, awakening fluid, spiritual fruits, spiritual springs, and other things were distributed to every soldier as welfare. Of course, the more consumables such as spirit, awakening fluid, and spiritual fruits, the better. No matter how many there were, the soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island could take them. However, those refining materials, cultivation methods, and battle skills could not be digested in a short period of time. Wang Lin would never complain about having too many resources. Apart from anything else, they could increase the combat power of the entire Scattered Stars Island army by at least 10%. If the rest time was long enough, they would definitely be able to cope with the next full-scale war. Just now, Han Fei deliberately glanced at the sea, swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells that Zhang Jihua threw down. There was no seventh level of the void fishing art among them, so he didn't look at them again and threw them all to Wang Lin. Then Han Fei looked at the sky and shouted in a low voice, "Now human beings and sea demons are all in a state of preparation. I thank all of you for donating resources. However, the war is imminent. Don't run around. Now that the order has been given, I will need everyone's help." While speaking, Han Fei was still regretful. "Unfortunately, too few of you came. There are only 6 of them. I can't use them all. Among them, Chao Shuang of the Chao family was the only one who was slightly more at ease. However, the Chao family was not necessarily a good person. When the faceless man caused trouble in the Thousand-Star City, Old Han asked the Chao family to take action, but they didn't. The Chao family didn't add flowers to the brocade, nor did they provide timely help. They just remained neutral. There were 4 venerables in the 7 major sections. Because of Tangge, this side might be closer to the Heavenly Sword sect, and there were venerables of the Sea Cloud Tower, so they could also be used. Except for the Sea Cloud Tower and the Heavenly Sword sect, the other sects of the 7 major sects couldn't be fully trusted. To be honest, Han Fei didn't trust anyone except his own people, because the sects in the Thousand-Star City had been infiltrated by the major families. In Han Fei's opinion, the real purpose of these people here should be the king corpses, including the venerables of the Sea Cloud Tower. Humph, Zhang Jihua, and the others left one after another. After all, there was no need to negotiate anymore. They had been defeated, and the resources had been given. What was the point of negotiation? Zhang Jihua thought to himself, if I talk to Han Fei about the distribution of resources in the Level 3 fishery and the Scattered Stars Island at this time, I'll probably have to fight. Then let's wait for the war between the human race and the sea demons. It's going to be over soon. After that war, let's see if Han Fei can still be as arrogant as he is now. Ignoring the venerables of the big clans who had left, Han Fei cupped his hands to the powerhouses of the 7 major sections. Sorry for the embarrassment. Jian Sanqing, Huiyu Fairy, Mu Tianfang, and the others all took a deep look at Han Fei, cupped their hands, and left without saying anything. However, in the hearts of the people of the 7 major sects, it was obvious that Han Fei had long been prepared and was waiting for the Zhang family to jump into his trap. Why did he ask them to come back? Although he said he came back to help, it was more like a deterrent. Judging from today's battle, Han Fei's strength was more terrifying than they thought. He could kill Zhang Jihua. Basically, Han Fei could kill anyone below the intermediate venerable level here. Perhaps some people thought that the Zhang family only knew how to do business, but they had money and resources. Zhang Jihua was only 1 step away from reaching the intermediate venerable level, but he was still beaten by Han Fei. Whether it was speed, strength, or soul, none of them seemed to be stronger than Han Fei. Zhang Jihua's strongest alien flame was even swallowed by Han Fei. They had never seen such a scene before. They didn't know anything about the Beast King art or the 100 Beasts' soul-suppressing roar. Only Chao Shuang knew very well that the swallowing method Han Fei had just used was a secret of the Chao family. However, Chao Shuang didn't speak because even the people of the Chao family only knew that the secret technique of the Chao family was passed down from their ancestors. As for where their ancestors got it, which generation of ancestors got it, there were no records. After putting away the sky-hanging mirror, the sky was closed, and the Scattered Stars Island was full of jubilation. For most ordinary people, the Battle of Venerables was meaningless. That was all fake. They wanted resources. That was the real deal. In everyone's mind, in fact, they didn't necessarily care about resources such as spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, or even weapons. As for the spirit fruits, they could do it themselves. In terms of weapons, in the past 7 or 8 years, Fei Yenmu's furnace had been running at full speed, and many soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island had already used semi-divine weapons. It could even be said that almost all those who became hidden fishers used semi-divine weapons. Some people even used more than one. Those who didn't use semi-divine weapons were mostly below the advanced hanging fisher level. For advanced hanging fishers, semi-divine weapons were common. What they really wanted was the spirit awakening fluid. For Han Fei and the others, 100 caddies, 1,000 caddies, or even 10,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid were nothing. However, that was for people like Han Fei. For ordinary people, spirit awakening fluid could improve their physique. It could even be said that when they were on the verge of a breakthrough, they could use spirit awakening fluid. The more they used, the better the effect. Who wouldn't like it? While everyone was rejoicing, Han Fei was also overjoyed. Except for Shueishenqi and a very few people, no one knew that Han Fei's greatest benefit from this battle was the power of faith. At this moment, Han Fei returned to the marshal's mansion. The two hidden fishers half knelt on the ground. "Marshal Han, please forgive us. We failed to stop them." Although that was what they said, the two guards' expressions were the same as usual. Their blood was surging and their hearts were beating faster. They seemed to be very excited. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and an invisible force lifted the two of them. Han Fei said, kindly, "It's okay. They are venerables. How can you stop them?" "I was too engrossed in my cultivation and didn't notice the abnormality of the outside world. You almost suffered an unexpected disaster." With that, Han Fei waved his hand, and the holy light technique descended, calming the boiling blood of the two. Then, with a wave of his hand, each of them threw 10 caddies of spirit awakening fluid and said, "Take it." The two of them were dumbfounded. The marshal gave them spirit awakening fluid? Wasn't this a bit too much? Although 10 caddies of spirit awakening fluid was not very expensive, it was still more than 30,000 points of credit. "Marshal, we can't take it. This is our duty." Han Fei smiled and patted the two of them on the shoulder. "Take it. Although I'm not rich now, I can't even awaken 20 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. You are loyal to me, and I should thank you." In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle rolled his eyes. "You are already so evil, and now you are still pretending to be kind? Can you live with that conscience of yours?" After taking the spirit awakening fluid, the two guards were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. "Marshal Han, we are willing to go through fire and water for you." Han Fei frowned slightly. "No, not for me, but for the Scattered Stars Island and the human race." "Yes, Marshal Han." In the excited voices of the two, Han Fei once again locked the door of his mansion. After a few days, Han Fei once again felt a large amount of power of hope drilling into his body. At this moment, there was still power of hope drilling into his body. Obviously, at this moment, there were still many people who were moved and praising him. Han Fei thought that he should use this power of hope to uncover the mystery of the White Mist Bridge and understand his own Tao. However, when he sat down and was about to continue to study the secrets of the White Mist Bridge, the old turtle suddenly said, "Han Fei, I think you can solve your Tao later." Han Fei was taken aback and was a little confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" The old turtle said, "Do you really want to kill Zhang Jihua today?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "It doesn't matter if I kill him. The big clans have their own limitations. The death of one person is not enough to make them explode." The old turtle said, "That's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is, even if you try your best, it's actually very difficult for you to kill a venerable if you don't catch him off guard. This means that your strength is still a bit weak. Therefore, this emperor feels that it's better for you to increase your strength first. If you want to become a venerable, you have to at least disassemble your spiritual energy to meet the conditions for becoming a venerable." "Huh." Han Fei couldn't help asking, "You mean you want me to use the power of hope to improve the speed of disassembling spiritual energy?" Chapter 14:15. Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Although he couldn't fully use his Tao, he had now explored part of its power. For example, his Tao could create something out of nothing, Then, what about the degree of disassembly of spiritual energy? Could it be driven by the Tao? With the magical power of the power of hope, it might be okay to disassemble it. Wait, what if I use the Taoist aura infiltration method? An idea suddenly popped up in Han Fei's mind. The insect king once told him about this usage. However, at that time, Han Fei hadn't been able to comprehend his own Tao. He didn't even fully comprehend the ability to create something out of nothing. Although he tried later, he still felt that the Taoist aura couldn't penetrate the spiritual energy quickly. However, what if he replaced the Taoist aura with the power of hope? After all, the power of hope was also a kind of Tao power. Thinking of this, Han Fei had an idea. A bit of spiritual energy appeared in front of him. Although it was imperceptible, it emitted a dazzling light. Han Fei activated the Tao seed, and with a thought, the invisible power of hope quickly rushed into this bit of spiritual energy. With this impact, Han Fei found that there was a kind of power penetrating, which seemed to be entangled with the power of Tao in the spiritual energy. Fuse. Han Fei's heart was pounding nonstop, because at this time he found that the power of hope infiltration method was tens of thousands of times better than the Taoist aura infiltration method. The speed of disassembly was extremely fast. At this moment, Han Fei also used the yin-yang divine eyes so that he could feel the flow of the power of hope. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. At this moment, the power of hope converged in this bit of spiritual energy, and Han Fei had a hunch that he seemed to be able to find its traces. Sure enough, when the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei immediately saw a trace of extremely faint, very light blue strange power, which seemed to be drilling into the depths of this bit of spiritual energy. It's it. Han Fei immediately beamed with joy, and the old turtle was dumbfounded. He thought, can Han Fei see the invisible Tao of the power of hope? However, the old turtle suddenly sensed something and said, Han Fei, don't get excited. What you see is not necessarily the so-called power of hope, but a dynamic feeling of your power of hope drilling into the depths of the spiritual energy. What you should pay more attention to is that bit of spiritual qi and not the power of wishes. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei frowned and his heart turned cold. It seemed that the old turtle was right. What he saw was indeed a trace of the great Tao, and not the power of the great Tao itself. Phew, you gave me a fright. I thought I saw the great Tao. Han Fei was immediately relieved. The old turtle was also speechless. How can you see the great Tao just because you say so? There were countless great Taos, and they were all different. What could they see? What does the great Tao look like? No one knows. Only you can see it. Han Fei immediately calmed himself down and focused his attention on the spiritual energy itself. His spiritual aura coat was being penetrated quickly. In Han Fei's mind, he was quickly decomposing the spiritual energy. The deeper he went, the harder it was for the spiritual energy to penetrate and separate. The more it was like this, the more powerful this bit of spiritual qi seemed. The actual power of this little bit of spiritual energy seemed to have exceeded its normal detonation power by 7 times. Han Fei only felt that the bit of spiritual energy was penetrating quickly. In just a moment, it had increased a little. 67%, 68%, 69%, 70%. With the penetration of the power of hope, the barrier of 70% had been broken. Immediately, Han Fei felt that it was more difficult to penetrate it. This was like 2 magnets with the same poles. The closer they were, the greater the repulsive force produced. When it reached 72%, Han Fei felt that the power of hope he had obtained from showing the movie in front of millions of soldiers this time was almost exhausted. Inside Han Fei's body, the old turtle felt that his blood was freezing. Is this the power that human beings call the power of faith? Something is wrong. Isn't the rate of disassembling spiritual energy increasing a bit too fast? At this moment, Han Fei had stopped. In front of him, 2 points of spiritual energy, one big and one small, appeared. Looking at these 2 points of spiritual energy, Han Fei suddenly had an idea. If I disassemble a little bit of spiritual energy and reassemble the rest, won't I still get a little bit of spiritual energy in the end? Also, can I disassemble 1 point of spiritual energy into 2 points, then 2 points into 4 points and 4 points into 8 points? In this way, theoretically, I can get infinite spiritual energy. However, in terms of the degree of disassembly, I only need to disassemble it into 8 points of spiritual energy, and then I will get 87. 5% of spiritual energy, which is enough to reach the level of the insect king. Han Fei immediately told this idea to the old turtle, only to hear the old turtle sneer. Han Fei, do you think all cultivators are fools? If it's really as simple as you say, then why do sea demons disassemble spiritual energy and perceive power? Han Fei frowned, but in theory it is feasible. The old turtle said, no matter how you disassemble 1 point of spiritual energy, you can only get 2 points of spiritual energy in the end. The big one is the power that you can already control. Remember, it's what you can control, because you can only disassemble so much. And the remaining spiritual energy that you can't disassemble is beyond your control. So it's only meaningful to continue to disassemble it. Every time you disassemble 1% more power, it means that you can control this power by 1% more. Although your brain is jumping, you forget that the most fundamental thing about disassembling spiritual energy is not really to disassemble 1 point of spiritual energy into 2 points and use 2 points of power, but you can completely control all the power contained in this point of spiritual energy. Han Fei was silent for a moment. So, the division method I mentioned, in fact, no matter how much spiritual energy is split, the final result is 50%, and it won't improve much? The old turtle smiled. I can tell you that this method will work, but it's not what you think. As you said, in the process of disassembling spiritual energy, there are also benefits. You can comprehend balance power. You can try it later. It's quite good for fighting, but it's not good for understanding the energy of spiritual energy. Han Fei sighed. F***CK, the power of hope that I worked so hard to get only increased my spiritual energy disassembly rate by 6%? Han Fei immediately pointed his finger and blasted the point of spiritual energy in front of him out. However, the next moment he saw a fire mark appear. After disassembling 72% of spiritual energy, it blasted out nearly 8 meters. Hiss, Han Fei couldn't help but say, Old Yuan, tell me, how many times could you explode with a point of spiritual energy when you were at my level? 8 times? The old turtle said leisurely, don't be complacent. In the explorer realm, in theory, the highest limit of spiritual energy disassembly is twice. Of course, this twice varies from person to person. Therefore, the power that can be exploded with twice is different. Do you want to catch up with me? You need to continue to disassemble at least 3 to 4%. If you want to surpass me, you have to reach at least 80% of the disassembly rate. Han Fei was rather shocked. 80% of the explorer's recovery rate? That's not easy. The insect king should be a heavenly talent, right? Now, it should be about 88%. The old turtle also said that those who reached 85% were already heavenly talents. Han Fei was about to speak when the old turtle said, You want to know what the highest disassembly rate of an explorer is, right? Han Fei nodded. Do you know? The old turtle sneered. You don't have to deliberately pursue this. The disassembly of spiritual energy is not something that the explorer realm needs to complete. The venerable realm also needs to continue. Therefore, as long as it reaches 70%, you can become a venerable. It didn't mean that reaching the supremacy level with an 80% spiritual energy dismantling rate was better than 70%. As long as you catch up with me, it will be the same. Han Fei was stunned. It won't affect me? The old turtle said lightly, "It won't affect me. That's why I asked you to uncover the mystery of your Tao. Look, in just half a day, although it seems that your strength hasn't improved, your combat power has increased by nearly 10%. Isn't this more useful than trying to solve the mystery of your Tao now?" Han Fei thought for a moment. The old turtle's reminder was right this time. This guy should also realize that his current situation was quite serious. If he didn't improve his strength as soon as possible, if he died, he would probably die with him. The gains would not make up for the losses. Han Fei grinned. "Old Yuan, you're really something. I'll find a venerable later to absorb the vitality of." The old turtle said leisurely, "You should worry about yourself first. Although I don't know the situation of the sea demons here, the venerables on your side are much worse than those on the Shuemu Heaven side, and they're not united. If there really is a royal city like the Bai Bei Royal City, I don't know why you took over the Scattered Stars Island at all. Because such a royal city is definitely not something that the Scattered Stars Island can defeat." Han Fei's eyes turned cold and he sneered. "But it hasn't appeared yet, has it?" Han Fei suddenly stood up and continued. "Now, the disassembly rate of spiritual energy is enough. I just need to uncover the mystery of my Tao. Once this mystery is solved, I will immediately become a semi-venerable." The old turtle seemed to have expected something and was speechless. "Wait, what are you going to do?" The old turtle knew Han Fei too well. This guy found that the power of hope was so useful, so he would definitely try to collect it. With the daily supply of power of hope from the millions of soldiers, it would take at least several months to accumulate a wave of power of hope. Could Han Fei afford to wait? Even if he could, Han Fei wouldn't want to wait. Therefore, the answer was obvious. Han Fei wanted to do something big that could shock the millions of soldiers. Chapter 1416. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the war, there were too many things to deal with. All kinds of problems that the major departments couldn't solve had to be sent to the general's mansion. Han Fei felt that being on duty was even more tiring than being an emperor. Although he didn't have to do everything himself, he had to know about it. Fortunately, he had the Gemini divine technique. At this moment, it was only Han Fei's white fog that was guarding the general's mansion, and the black fog went to the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall again. The star tortoise asked, "Boy, how did you get out of the seal last time?" What else could he say? He answered ambiguously, "I came back to find the answer." Standing next to the cloud whale's corpse again, Han Fei didn't grab the cloud whale's demonic essence. He walked around the cloud whale's corpse again and again. Although the cloud whale had died, its scales, flesh, and bones were still slightly emitting the aura of the Great Path. This was also the reason why a large amount of spirit awakening fluid could be produced here. Because of the infiltration of the Great Path, spirit awakening fluid was born. Han Fei walked here many times and tried to perceive it again and again, but in the end he was a little confused. Although this corpse was emitting the aura of the Great Path, he couldn't feel the strong power of the Great Path at all. If he didn't understand, he would ask the old turtle. However, the old turtle said, "With my current strength, I can't peep at the king. If I cultivate for another 100 years, I will definitely be able to see the Great Path." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "I'm not even 30 yet. Wait for you for 100 years. I can't wait for you for 100 days." Although the old turtle couldn't peep at the cloud whale's Great Path, he inadvertently asked, "For some reason, I always feel that this Great Path is not strong. Even though it has been dead for so long, the aura of the Great Path shouldn't be so weak." Han Fei was puzzled. "Weak? How weak?" The old turtle said, "Anyway, it's not strong. I don't know if its demonic essence was wasted or something. By logic, its aura of the Great Path should be at least several times stronger than it is now." In this regard, Han Fei was also speechless. That guy had already died. What was the difference, whether the aura of the Great Way was doubled or not? After 3 days of fruitless exploration, Han Fei appeared in the Sea of Pearls again with the demonic essence of the cloud whale. Sure enough, at such a distance, the Gemini divine arts immediately became unstable. Han Fei felt a strong attraction. He had to return to the Scattered Stars island immediately. When the body of black fog returned to within 10,000 kilometers of the Scattered Stars island, the feeling of the collapse of the Gemini divine technique disappeared. When the black fog was about to rush to the mansion, Han Fei saw that the cloud whale on the Scattered Stars island had just taken off and was only 100 kilometers away from him. He saw that the cloud whale was flying toward him. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He was now inexplicably curious about the cloud whale. He felt that this kind of creature didn't seem like a species from the yin-yang heaven at all. Tang Yen, where did you get this from? Although the cloud whale was huge, it was not slow at all. Swimming in the clouds was like a fish in water. Han Fei stepped to the cloud whale in black mist and saw that it was flying to the teleportation island with a lot of people on its back. These people were all people who had been strictly examined and determined to return to their hometown. In his later work, Han Fei also said that it wasn't that he didn't want them anymore, but that the 36 towns were too short of talents. Every soldier who returned from the Scattered Stars island was definitely a famous figure in the 36 towns. Therefore, he should be happy to have such an opportunity. How comfortable would it be to go back and live a leisurely life? If he could teach his students and tell them stories, their lives would be much more complete. At this moment, someone was complaining, "Son of a B*TCH. I'm still healthy. I don't even understand why I'm being sent back." Someone laughed and scolded. "Don't you know why you're being sent back? Your foundation has been damaged and you can't make any progress. Are you going to stay here and die in one battle after another?" The man cursed. "But I'm still a junior hidden fisher. Am I not strong enough?" Someone laughed. "Okay, the problem is that General Han may think that it may be better for us to stay in the 36 towns and lead the younger generation to dig out talents. Don't forget that the Scattered Stars Island is about to be opened to the 36 towns. General Han is also preparing for a rainy day." Someone echoed, "In fact, General Han has a good idea. The casualty rate of the people from the 36 towns who came to the Scattered Stars Island is actually much higher than that of the 1,000-star city. So what's the reason? Isn't it because the comprehensive strength of the 36 towns is not as good as that of the 1,000-star city? Even the ordinary people of the 1,000-star city live in a place with complete information. They have long known the existence of the Scattered Stars Island. Only the 36 towns have been hiding it, saying that this is a dangerous, unknown place. Even when we came to the island, we still hid it from us for a long time." Someone was speechless. "That's because we are really weak. If we had gone to the deep sea when we first came here, we would have died 10 times. But I still don't understand it. Why do you have to hide it from the 36 towns? If it's dangerous, why not just say it?" Someone said, "Why? It's because the 36 towns are weak and don't have the ability to help in the war. Then why should everyone be on tenterhooks all day long? On the contrary, taking the unknown place as a pursuit can stimulate the enthusiasm of the people of the 36 towns for cultivation." Someone sighed. "But now the Sea Demon King City is coming out. The people of the 36 towns can no longer live in a dream. This time, a large number of strong masters have taken off their armor and returned to their hometown, which must have caused a shock." Han Fei didn't care about these people's discussion. In fact, they were all right. That was exactly what he thought. Just like when the City of Justice was first established, those surrounding towns, if they didn't have the support of strong masters, how could they rise quickly? Suddenly, Han Fei noticed that the cloud whale's eyes turned half a circle and fell on him. And when it saw him, the cloud whale slightly opened its mouth. It looked as if it was begging for food. Han Fei was shocked. What realm is the cloud whale in? How can it see my body of black fog? He had fed the cloud whale several times before. This guy should be able to recognize him. Although there were many strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island, There were probably not many people who fed it and communicated with it every time they saw it. Han Fei didn't say anything and didn't feed it. Otherwise, if a crab or lobster appeared out of thin air, these people on the back of the cloud whale would be scared to death. Although Han Fei didn't feed it, someone on the cloud whale's head said, "The cloud whale opened its mouth. Does it want to eat? This gluttonous guy." While talking, someone took out a big squid. It was only a rare creature, only level 38. Naturally, it wasn't very powerful, but fortunately it was relatively large. The person who spoke patted the cloud whale's head. "Little cloud, come, open your mouth." Seeing that someone was feeding it, the cloud whale moved its eyes away from Han Fei, turned its body, bit the big squid into its mouth, and flew towards the teleportation island happily. Han Fei stood in the air, touched his chin, and murmured, "A legendary creature, and the kind that can't grow up? That's interesting." Han Fei didn't think much. He turned around and quickly returned to the general's mansion. After a moment, Han Fei pushed open the door of the general's mansion and shouted in a low voice, "Summon all inspectors. Come here for a meeting." The inspectors of the Scattered Stars Island were at least peak-level law enforcers. When Han Fei got the 9-star token, he was only a peak-level hidden fisher, which was specially given by Shueishenqi. Generally speaking, below the inspectors, there were only 3 positions: adjudicator, brigadier general, and captain, which were already held by law enforcers. The positions below were held by hidden fishers. After a while, a total of 35 inspectors were in place and came to the general's mansion. Among them, 21 were explorers. When Han Fei saw these people for the first time, he was actually a little surprised. What surprised him was that there were more than 20 explorers on the Scattered Stars Island, but Shueishenqi said that some of them didn't hold any positions. Han Fei nodded slightly. He had indeed underestimated the Scattered Stars Island before. There were indeed many strong masters here. However, on second thought, no matter how many there couldn't be more than 50, maybe only 30. Compared with the 1,000-star city or the Shuemu Heaven, there were really too few. At this moment, Han Fei looked at these people and said, "Everyone, you have all been in your positions for many years. Since Marshal Xue trusts you, I naturally trust you as well. Next, I'm going to discuss ways to deal with the sea demons with Marshal Xue and the Venerables. This matter is quite confidential. So, in the future, unless you encounter something you can't solve on the Scattered Stars Island, don't send anything to me for the time being." Everyone was stunned and then realized that Han Fei was going to make a big move. Now, on the Scattered Stars Island, there were as many as a dozen Venerables. With such a powerful force, even they felt that Han Fei wouldn't be idle. Sure enough, Han Fei had only been in office for a few days, and he had already begun to have ideas. Immediately, everyone responded, "Yes, Marshal Han." Han Fei nodded and looked at one of them. "Where is Meng Liang from the island patrol?" Meng Liang was also a little surprised. Why did Han Fei call him? However, Meng Liang immediately responded, "Yes, Marshal Han. What can I do for you?" Han Fei said in a deep tone, "Although there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers who have returned to their hometown, it's still not enough for them to wake up the people living in their dreams in the 36 towns immediately. If you tell too many stories, the Scattered Stars Island will naturally have to do something. You can arrange for people to come to the Scattered Stars Island and negotiate with the mayors of the 36 towns. You can arrange for the heavenly talents in the towns to come to the Scattered Stars Island regularly to observe the battlefield. Your island patrol knows the various battlefields on the island the best. I'll leave this matter to you." Meng Liang couldn't help but be surprised. So urgent. The others were also taken aback. The purpose of Han Fei doing this was to wake up the 36 towns as soon as possible. However, no matter how much time was sped up, it always took time for people to grow up. Han Fei said leisurely, "If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. You have to prepare for a rainy day. This is not a big move. If someone wants to tell a story, someone has to see it. Mang Liang immediately nodded. Yes, Marshal Han. Han Fei nodded slightly and looked at everyone. Okay, you can go now. Many people should have started school soon. Put down the monthly tickets in your hands and study hard. End of this chapter. Chapter 1417. The Transverse Mountain. When Han Fei first came to the Scattered Stars Island, he had been hearing stories about the Transverse Mountain and felt that there must be many secrets hidden in this mountain range. At least, there was a secret that everyone knew. There was a bottomless pit in the Transverse Mountain. Where exactly did that bottomless pit lead to? No one could know. However, it would emit spirit awakening fluid. At that time, Han Fei wasn't qualified to go in at all. Now that he had become the Supreme Commander, he naturally had the right to inspect it. At this moment, Han Fei was standing outside this bottomless pit with a radius of more than 200 meters. Hundreds of meters around it. There were jagged rocks everywhere. Looking down, Han Fei found that the perception of the soul could be restricted in this cave. Therefore, even if he looked with his eyes, it would be clearer than his perception. Of course, even if it was a little clearer, this bottomless pit was unfathomable. In Han Fei's eyes, there was only darkness below. At this moment, not far behind Han Fei, Shueishenqi's voice sounded. After many investigations, people won't appear in the underground city if they go down from here. Han Fei couldn't help but look back. How? Shueishenqi explained. They left the sensing objects and then went to the underground city to look for it. But they didn't find it even once. The underground city is actually not big, so this place doesn't lead to the underground city. Han Fei shrugged slightly. The supreme commanders of the past have controlled the Scattered Stars Island for so long, but they haven't found anything? How could he have the time to deal with this now? Immediately, Han Fei changed the topic. So, do you think this bottomless pit has other secrets? In order to prevent problems from happening here, let all the explorers on the Scattered Stars Island live in the Transverse Mountain? Han Fei had already known this when he just came back. After all, he was a top expert on the Scattered Stars Island. Many years ago, Han Fei was far from becoming an explorer, so he certainly didn't know this place. Han Fei's perception swept across the Transverse Mountain. There were as many as 500 law enforcers and explorers here. Of course, the vast majority were law enforcers. Han Fei asked suspiciously, "This Transverse Mountain is equivalent to a slightly more advanced Empyrean waterfall." Shueishenqi said lightly, "You can say so. They will stay here and collect the spirit awakening fluid that emerges from here." Looking at the wisp of spirit awakening fluid floating up from the depths of the bottomless pit, Han Fei raised his eyelids. Instead of saying anything to Shueishenqi, he asked the old turtle, "Can you sense what's down there?" The old turtle said, "This emperor isn't omnipotent. I can't continue my perception. However, since spirit awakening fluid can be produced every day, it means that there is either some kind of great Tao, the remains of powerhouse, or some kind of natural spirit treasure below. Otherwise, spirit awakening fluid can't be produced for no reason." Han Fei stopped asking and looked at Shueishenqi. "I'm going to see. I may have to trouble Mr. Shue to help me deal with the military affairs on the island secretly." Shueishenqi had said earlier that although he had temporarily retired as the Supreme Commander, he would not allow Han Fei to do whatever he wanted. If something went wrong, he would step in. At this moment, Shueishenqi frowned. "We're going to see. Have you figured out the secret of the Empyrean waterfall?" Han Fei said. "The star tortoise said that it'll take at most 3 months. By then, I don't know if it can suppress it." "Then what exactly is suppressed down there?" "I haven't figured it out yet. However, I can tell you one thing very clearly. That king's corpse can't allow anyone to break through to the king realm." Shueishenqi's pupils suddenly constricted, and he asked, "Are you sure?" Han Fei smiled. I've set up a soundproof barrier around. Zhang Jihua and the others can't hear it. Xue Shinqi asked again, are you sure? This is not something you can joke about. Whether the corpse down there is valuable or not. It involves a lot of things. Han Fei nodded. At least I'm very sure for now. But will there be any special changes after the corpse is born? I don't know yet. Xue Shinqi asked. What exactly is down there? Han Fei said with a smile, Mr. Xue, why don't you let me keep it a secret for another 3 months? Xue Shinqi took a deep look at Han Fei and didn't ask further. Instead, he said, I can help you temporarily, but I need to know what you are going to do. Han Fei's lips curled up slightly. There's nothing to hide. I'm going to spy on the 10,000 Demon Valley. This matter cannot be delayed. If it weren't for studying the corpse under the Empyrean waterfall, I would have already gone there. Xue Shinqi knew Han Fei's trump card, but he still frowned. The 10,000 Demon Valley should have the combat power of a peak-level venerable. Are you sure you can investigate it? Han Fei said with a smile, whether I can or not, at least I can guarantee my own safety. Xue Shinqi wasn't too worried about Han Fei's safety. In his heart, Han Fei was actually a heavenly talent born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Among all the descendants and heavenly talents in the Thousand-Star City, Xue Shinqi could only think of Cao Qiu if he had to think of a person who could be like Han Fei. Back then, the two of them were lucky enough to get together. However, Cao Qiu still failed in the competition for the sea-quelling painting. But so what? Cao Qiu's identity as a heavenly talent didn't change. The Cao family doted on him and paved the way for him. It was said that since the kid seal was unlocked, his strength had soared crazily, and he was invincible in the 1,000-star proving ground. Han Fei was more confident than Cao Qiu. Although Xue Shinqi didn't know who Han Guanqiu had Han Guanqiu seemed to have only one son. However, Han Guanqiu seemed to have only one son, and it could be said that he had devoted everything to him. At this moment, there was Han Guanqiu and Peaceful, who was known as a half-king. With such strength who could kill Han Fei, the heavens really wanted him to die. The half-king realm was enough to be called the strongest combat power in the entire Thousand-Star City. His strength was definitely on the same level as old scoundrel Chu Men. Xue Shinqi said lightly, if you just want to investigate, don't spend too much time. You also know that the star turtle can't hold on for long. This war will break out sooner or later. Han Fei smiled and said, 3 days if I'm fast, 10 days if I'm slow. I'll definitely be back within 10 days. After saying hello to Xue Shinqi, when everyone thought Han Fei was still in the general's mansion, Han Fei had already gone 100,000 kilometers away. Here, Han Fei took out the venerable token. After all, it was not safe to go alone. He needed a bodyguard. However, as soon as he took out the venerable token, he saw Jing walk out of the void with a swish. At this moment, Jing was holding a skewer of grilled squid in her hand, and her mouth was greasy. While eating, she said, even without the venerable token, I already know your body of darkness, so I won't lose you. Han Fei grinned. Is it delicious? Jing nodded repeatedly. I have to say, although the overall strength of the Yin-Yang Heaven is not too strong, you really eat a lot. In the market, wow, there's so much delicious food. Blah, blah, blah. As soon as Jing started talking, she couldn't stop talking. Han Fei interrupted. Let's go to the Sea Demon's camp with me and take a look. If you're lucky, I'll let you taste the taste of a venerable in a few days. Han Fei didn't ask if old Han was there. Old Han's whereabouts had always been mysterious. Since he left the Scattered Stars prison, God knew where he had been all the time. However, he knew Han Fei's return very well, so he should know that Han Fei went to sea. 1 day later, in the deep sea waves, a pair of figures stood on the surface of the sea. Han Fei asked, Jing, how wide is the perception range of a peak-level venerable and a half-king? Here, Han Fei was stopped by Jing, Han Fei guessed something immediately, which was why he asked such a question. Jing thought, Han Fei's growth has reached a level that even she couldn't understand. She also knew that Han Fei was not a king servant, but a king candidate or even an heir. So she didn't hide it. She said, "Take me for example, when I was in the peak level, my perception range was actually about 20,000 kilometers. But in addition to perception, there is also a kind of premonition, which can be called intuition. This range could reach up to 50,000 miles. Premonitions weren't always accurate. If someone is particularly hostile to me and has reached the point of obsession, I may be able to perceive it if it is more than 50,000 kilometers. But the premise is that the person can't be too much stronger than me. Otherwise, even within 20,000 kilometers, they have a way to avoid my perception." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. A peak-level venerable is already so strong? That's 50,000 kilometers. His current perception range is less than 10,000 kilometers. This is definitely not because his soul is not strong enough or his talent is not high enough, but because he can't live as long as they do. As long as he lives long enough, Han Fei feels that it won't take him 100 years, even if his soul is twice as strong. Han Fei took a breath. "What about a half-king?" Ning Jing said, "A half-king?" "Well, the perception range starts from 50,000 kilometers. However, a half-king's perception of certain events may transcend space itself. For example, even if something happens 200,000 kilometers away, as long as you want to see it, you can see it. If you prepare to go somewhere in advance, although you can't perceive the place, you can directly teleport there. Alas! Anyway, you can't show up and you can't make too much noise. With your body of darkness, even a half-king can't easily detect you if they don't deliberately search for you. Who would have nothing better to do than to look for pure darkness in the darkness?" First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1418. Han Fei was very familiar with the 10,000 Demon Valley. In order to steal from the 10,000 Demon Valley, he deliberately memorized the terrain of the entire 10,000 Demon Valley. However, Han Fei had never been to the Blood Demon Valley before. The main reason was that he wanted to break into the 10,000 Demon Valley, so he had no chance to go to the Blood Demon Valley. This time, Han Fei came here to investigate. Something must have changed in the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley. Just like in the battle on the Sea of Pearls that day, the 5 inhibitions of the Blood Sea appeared. Were they really Blue Feather's hidden trump cards? Blue Feather said so, but it was not necessarily true. Facing the human side, Blue Feather didn't say that they were his trump cards. Could it be that the Sea Demon King City sent them to him? Because of the 5 inhibitions of the Blood Sea, Han Fei's first goal was the Blood Sea Valley. He had to master the basic combat power of the sea demons first. Less than 50,000 kilometers away from the Blood Sea Valley, Han Fei said to the old turtle, "Old Yuan, I know your perception ability must be stronger than mine. You just haven't shown it yet. My soul power is not enough, and my perception can't hide from the real strong. So, it's up to you to investigate the enemy's situation." The old turtle was speechless. "So, you already had a plan when you were on the Scattered Stars Island? You've been plotting against me?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Old Yuan, we are already so familiar with each other. You should know me. Only when I am strong, invincible, and become a king can we live longer. And, in the future, I may have a chance to find your sealed body. Think about it. Are you willing to give up the body of an emperor?" The old turtle cursed. "Of course I don't want to give it up. But how can you be so kind?" Han Fei sneered. "If I become a king, do you think I will be afraid of the Emperor realm? To tell you the truth, there are still many things I have to do in the future. Becoming a king is just my first step." The old turtle sneered. "Keep bragging. Wait until you become a king first." While mocking each other, the two reached a tacit understanding. Jing, and naturally didn't follow him because she was afraid that the enemy would have a half-king realm powerhouse discover her. In that case, it would be even harder for Han Fei to sneak in. After all, once the tracks of a half-monarch realm expert were discovered, the other party's experts would definitely pay attention to everything in the nearby waters. How could Han Fei have a chance when the perception of a powerhouse was sweeping wildly? If Han Fei sneaked in alone, once he encountered danger, he could take out the venerable token and set a location for himself. To be honest, Han Fei was scared too. If the other party had a half-king realm expert, even though they wouldn't have to worry about Jing or dying here, the other party's strategy and tactics would definitely be adjusted, and they would be more cautious when initiating a battle. At that time, once the war started, it was very likely that a great war would break out, and it was very likely that there would not be the so-called 3 months of preparation time. After all, the sea demons also knew that there were remains of kings on the Scattered Stars Island. What was a half-king doing here? It was definitely for the remains of a king tier. Therefore, on one hand, the enemy would be more cautious and send more powerful forces, and on the other hand, they would speed up the deployment of strategies and tactics to invade the Scattered Stars Island in advance. Therefore, Han Fei didn't let Jing or follow him all the way. After that, it took Han Fei 10 hours to travel more than 50,000 kilometers before he slowly entered the Blood Sea Valley. Compared with the gorgeous 10,000 Demon Valley, there were exquisite seaweed decorations and all kinds of decorative caves. The Blood Sea Valley was more like a slum. Even if there were luminous seaweed decorations, most of them were in clusters. Between the cliffs of the valley, there are holes one after another like a beehive. How many people were stuffed in them? Han Fei swam at an extremely slow speed in the Blood Sea Valley for more than 3 hours and found many unusual places. In fact, it was old Yuan who found these unusual places. The old turtle kept explaining. The entire Blood Sea Valley is a large mountain range composed of 308 undersea mountains. Most of the places are relatively deep, the cliffs are relatively straight, and there are more deep valleys. There are a lot of people from the awakening realm to the sea spirit realm, and there are as many as 3 million people. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. Fortunately, the Scattered Stars Island is twice as big as theirs. In fact, Han Fei's face had become very ugly, although he was still comforting himself. Han Fei knew that sea demons wouldn't go all out in a battle. They would drive endless marine creatures to attack the island, which was the most terrifying thing. Besides, these 3 million were just ordinary inferior manfish and red demons. In Han Fei's eyes, these were all creatures that hadn't fully evolved and weren't a threat. However, it was not a good thing for him, but it was not a good thing for the millions of soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. In this 8 million kilometer wide Inyang heaven, there must be many half-mermaids, and even some powerful creatures that hadn't transformed, because there was no royal city in the Inyang heaven before. These powerful creatures weren't completely unified. With the appearance of the royal city, there should be a lot of these independent cultivators gathered. Therefore, although Han Fei's face was ugly, he was still glad in his heart. 3 million people he could fight. He didn't panic at all. The inferior manfish and red demons were inferior to humans in terms of weapons, equipment, and cultivation techniques. Therefore, there was no reason for the human side to lose. However, after a moment, the old turtle said, 3 venerables and 38 Tao-seeking state demons have been found. Han Fei immediately asked, "How strong are the venerables?" The old turtle nodded. 2 beginner and 1 intermediate. Phew! Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. As for the 38 Tao-seeking state demons, Han Fei was startled. But it also confirmed his conjecture. The 5 strengths of the Blood Sea were all fake. These were all strong masters that suddenly appeared. In the Blood Sea Valley alone, the number of Tao-seeking state demons was almost as many as the number of explorers on the entire Scattered Stars Island. Fortunately, the 5 strengths of the Blood Sea Valley were all fake. These were all strong masters that suddenly appeared. Fortunately, The explorers of the big clans and the 7 major sects had come, which could be regarded as a combat force. However, Han Fei immediately became alert. This was just the Blood Demon Valley. The half-mermaids and half-mermaids of the 10,000 Demon Valley had always looked down on the inferior manfish and red demons. It could even be said to be discrimination. Now, even the overall strength of the Blood Sea Valley was so strong. What about the 10,000 Demon Valley? Perhaps because there were not many experts in the Blood Demon Valley, no one noticed that a shadow had wandered in. Han Fei sneered. These sea demons are really careless. Although the 10,000 Demon Valley is only 20,000 kilometers away from the Blood Sea Valley, if this place is attacked by a strong master, there will definitely be heavy casualties. The old turtle sneered. As long as the other party has a half-king realm, oh no. As long as there is a peak-level venerable, 20,000 kilometers will be covered in the blink of an eye, unless your father and peaceful attack at the same time and flatten this place. But even so, a half-king realm can't sweep 10,000 kilometers with one blow. Han Fei said perfunctorily, I'm just saying. In fact, when the old turtle made this proposal, Han Fei also had this idea. If he had a way to lead the sea demons to attack this place, the more than 3 million ordinary sea demons here would definitely be able to heavily damage the 10,000 Demon Valley. After all, no matter how powerful the 10,000 Demon Valley was, it couldn't be more powerful than the White Bells Royal City. If such a large number of troops were wiped out, what if they fought again in the future? He could only rely on the people of the 10,000 Demon Valley. The old turtle suddenly said solemnly, Han Fei, I advise you not to do this. Although you humans and sea demons are enemies, sea demons are also creatures in this world. It's fine if you kill hundreds or thousands of people occasionally. Even if you don't do it yourself, nothing will happen to you at all. However, do you know how terrifying the blood tide will be when millions of creatures die? Han Fei was stunned by the old turtle's words. What do you mean? The old turtle asked. Let me ask you, are sea demons really bad people? Han Fei was taken aback by this question. From a racial point of view, sea demons were certainly ferocious. Besides, according to the story of the prophecy stele, sea demons seem to destroy all the races on purpose. However, in the real society of sea demons, there was actually no essential difference between their society and that of human beings. At most, they had different customs and living conditions. As for ferociousness, of course, not all sea demons were ferocious. Some sea demons were upright. Perhaps it was just that everyone had different standpoints. Han Fei looked at the vast sea and said, In this boundless sea, more than 3 million creatures die every day. You are a demon emperor. Why do you care about the life and death of these 3 million sea demons? The old turtle said, Of course I don't care. What I care about is that this may become your karma. The Tao of heaven and the karma of the world go round and round. You can sneak attack now and suddenly kill these 3 million ordinary sea demons. In the future, if a sea demon master slaughters millions of humans because of this, do you think this karma has anything to do with you? Can you still have a firm heart and go straight to the great Tao? Han Fei was horrified. According to the old turtle, it seemed that he really couldn't do it. Of course, he could do it, but after doing it, if there was a price, he didn't want to bear it. Of course, this was also the rule between humans and sea demons. Maybe occasionally, one side could take advantage of a loophole and kill some of the other side's heavenly talents. However, blatantly killing millions of the other side's weak people? It had never happened in history. Han Fei calmed himself down. He could set up an enemy once in a while, but he couldn't kill 3 million of them indiscriminately. Even if there was no punishment from the Tao of Heaven, it would infuriate the sea demons. At that time, if both sides didn't stop, this battle would be messed up. Han Fei said lightly, Got it. In fact, it's because I'm not strong enough. If I become a king and completely wipe out the 10,000 Demon Valley, who will retaliate then? The old turtle said leisurely, "The premise is that you become a king first." Han Fei didn't say anything and swam in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. But Han Fei's goal was not to go straight to the 10,000 Demon Valley. From Chishuahuan's memory, Han Fei saw that an abyssal crack had appeared between the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Sea Valley. A strong master walked out of that crack. This crack was Han Fei's main investigation target this time. He didn't dare to speed up. It took Han Fei half a day to quietly reach the periphery of the abyssal crack. It wasn't that Han Fei saw the crack, but that there was a turbulent flow of demonic energy here. The old turtle said, "There is a crack 2,000 kilometers to your left. There is an advanced venerable and 2 intermediate venerables guarding it." Han Fei was shocked. This place was a level higher than the Blood Sea Valley. Besides, this place was closer to the 10,000 Demon Valley, and there were 3 venerables guarding it. It could be seen that the sea demons attached great importance to this place. With Han Fei's current strength, he could hunt ordinary junior venerables. Once he reached the intermediate level, there was a 90% chance that he couldn't kill them. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between an explorer and a venerable. Even an ordinary venerable's comprehensive strength was not comparable to that of a semi-venerable. Han Fei also knew that the reason why he could hunt and kill a junior venerable was entirely because of the golden body. If he hadn't cultivated the indestructible golden body in advance and improved his strength in all aspects, it would have been extremely difficult for him to hunt and kill a junior venerable. Han Fei nodded. "Let's go and have a look." Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1419. Submarine crevices were actually a common landform, not to mention dozens or hundreds of kilometers wide, even millions of kilometers wide. These underwater crevices were filled with myriad scenes, and there were all kinds of strange creatures living in the trenches. At this moment, Han Fei swam slowly. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to him. At least, even the advanced venerable couldn't detect Han Fei's black mist form. That was why Han Fei dared to go deeper boldly. Finally, after he moved forward bit by bit, he saw the crevice with his own eyes. When Han Fei saw it with his own eyes, he found that this place had been enveloped by arrays. Around the crevice, there were tens of thousands of arrays. On the arrays, a void crack flashed from time to time. A large amount of demonic qi and spirit awakening fluid seeped out of those cracks. Whenever these things came out, they would be gathered by an invisible force. "Hiss!" Han Fei suddenly gasped. "Old Yuan, that's spirit awakening fluid, isn't it? Is there a king in the place where the crevice connects?" The old turtle said, casually, "It's hard to say. I didn't sense the aura of a king. But even if there is a king, it can't come here. Otherwise, there will be no place for you, human beings." Han Fei observed here for a whole day. He was willing to wait here because he wanted to see what kind of person would come out of this crevice. Bam! Just when Han Fei was wondering if he should go to the 10,000 Demon Valley to explore and then come back, suddenly there was the sound of a seal being broken. Then he saw a big shrimp clinging to the cliff wall and jumping out of the crevice. However, there was no intact shell on the shrimp soldier's body. Obviously, it was seriously injured from that side. The corner of Han Fei's eyes twitched, and he immediately frowned. A peak-level Dao-seeking big demon came out just like that. It could be seen that even if this crevice wasn't connected to the capital, there must be a lot of strong masters there. The moment the shrimp soldier appeared, it looked around and immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Master Yuchuan, Venerable Sun, and Venerable Chin," the advanced venerable said calmly. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out that you're here. When will the experts in the city arrive?" The shrimp soldier transformed into his human form and hurriedly bowed. "Lord Yuchuan, the passage is still not very stable. Our king is reinforcing the seal. My king said that in the next month no one will come." "Oh, why is that?" Qian Yulio said, because Lord Qianlu is coming in person. The advanced venerable suddenly stood up. Really? Lord Clearflow is at the Half-King realm. Can he really pass through this narrow passage? Qianlu replied, My lord, it's precisely because the passage is narrow that His Majesty sent Lord Qinglu over. At that time, Lord Clearstream wanted to use a secret technique to try and widen the two paths. This way, we can attract more experts from the city. Really? The three venerable ones looked at each other. At present, the 10,000 Demon Valley did not have an expert at the level of a demi-monarch. Although Blue Feather had said that there hadn't been a venerable powerhouse on the Scattered Stars Island for many years. However, were there any semi-king level experts in the 1,000-star city? No one knew. Although it was impossible to become a king in the Yin-Yang Heaven, it didn't mean that it was impossible to become a demi-monarch. Moreover, in the sneak attack on the Sea of Pearls and the Scattered Stars Island a few days ago, at least one human, peak-level, venerable appeared. Moreover, the peak-level venerable of the 10,000 Demon Valley said that there would be a mysterious aura that might also be a peak-level venerable. Because of this, Venerable Chao Xian, who is the current peak-level venerable of the 10,000 Demon Valley, gave up attacking the island and temporarily retreated. Anyway, in his opinion, the return of the royal city was a foregone conclusion. The reason why he wanted to take action now and take down the Scattered Stars Island was that he wanted to make contributions. However, how many tens of thousands of years had the sea demons and humans been fighting for? If it was easy to take them down, they would have taken them down long ago. Therefore, after discovering that the human race was not weak, Chao Xian chose to lie dormant for the time being, accumulate strength, and plan to invade again. Zi Yuchuan remembered that in the war between humans and sea demons, no one knew where the king died. The sea demon, King hid in the Yin-Yang Heaven. After so many years, the new king had passed the tribulation, and it was the day when the royal city returned. The king realm cultivators couldn't come over for the time being, but if a half-king realm cultivator came, at least in the Yin-Yang Heaven, they could be described as invincible. Zi Yuchuan shouted, Okay, I already know. Yu Sun, take him to the 10,000 Demon Valley first, and report this matter to Master Chao Xian. Among the three, one of them got up, stretched out his hand, and left with the shrimp soldier. Han Fei hid in the dark and quietly heard all these words. Presumably, since the crack was surrounded by restrictive formations, they did not expect anyone else to come here. Besides, they spoke in the sea demon language, which humans couldn't understand at all. But when Han Fei heard the word, my king, he was shocked. Sure enough, it was the Sea Demon Royal City. The Sea Demon Royal City on the Yin-Yang Heaven was about to reappear. The old turtle said, Look, they have a king. Han Fei said grumpily, I'm not deaf. So what if there is a king? He can't come over. Otherwise, if he comes over alone, who in the entire 1,000-star city can be his match? Han Fei suddenly turned his eyes to the crack on the seabed. Old Yuan, do you think we can blow up this teleportation array? The old turtle's voice was leisurely. If someone from the Sea Demon Royal City can come over, it means that some kind of seal has been broken. Or rather, the entrance is already there. How can you blow it up? Han Fei shrugged. I have billions of demonic stones. It's just a passage. Han Fei fell silent after saying the second half of the sentence. This kind of spatial passage seemed to be only related to space. Compared with it, things like spiritual energy explosion might be too low level. Han Fei calculated in his heart. The other party won't send a half-king realm cultivator over until a month later. Does that mean that there isn't one now? In other words, Peaceful should be the strongest person at the moment. Han Fei was tempted, although the Life Queen had told him not to help him easily, and she also told him that the path to becoming a king was rarely completed with the help of others, however. This was very tempting. Suppressing his excitement, Han Fei decided to go to the 10,000 Demon Valley first. As for whether he should let Peaceful help, Anyway, Peaceful was 100,000 kilometers away. After he finished his investigation, he would have a month to make a long-term plan. After another half a day, Han Fei finally came to the familiar 10,000 Demon Valley. Although he hadn't stayed in this place for a long time, he had carefully explored this place before. There were 100,000 households in the core circle. How many people were there in the bottom of the abyss? He didn't know. After all, he didn't have the ability to investigate back then. To Han Fei's slight surprise, the Sea Demon Coliseum, the most popular place for sea demons, was actually closed. Besides, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he found that there seemed to be fewer people in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Could it be that they were all concentrating on cultivation? Han Fei didn't stop for long. He crossed the canyon passage, passed through the huge half-mermaid statue, and came to the ring core area. Back then, Han Fei lived in the outermost layer of this ring, and Yu Ji lived next door. Now that he thought about it, he was a little naive at that time, thinking that this place was where heavenly talents lived. After all, when he pretended to be Yu Fei, he was only a hanging fisher, not even a hidden fisher. Now, Han Fei found that only the outermost layer was inhabited by demonization state creatures. The deeper they went, the stronger the half-mermaids became. Crossing this ring, above the innermost ring pillar, Han Fei sensed that there was a temple hidden in the darkness, floating in the sky like the control center of the entire 10,000 Demon Valley. That place was filled with demonic aura. It was unknown whether it was gathering demonic aura or releasing demonic aura. The old tortoise said, "All right, although most people can't see your current body, it's still not enough." However, that was only relative. If you happen to be discovered by a peak stage venerable, even if Jing wants to save you, you might not be able to escape. Han Fei was silent. What did you feel? The old turtle said, "There's indeed a top-grade venerable one here. It's the one we met in the Sea of Pearls. Just now, the shrimp soldier was reporting. Oh, it's worth noting that in addition to one peak stage venerable, there are 3 advanced venerables and as many as 6 mid-level venerables. I'm afraid that they're much stronger than the Scattered Stars Island. There isn't even one advanced venerable on the Scattered Stars Island, but here there are already 4. Han Fei looked awful. 1 peak stage venerable for advanced venerables and 6 or 7 mid-level venerables. Han Fei asked, "What about the junior ones?" The old turtle said, "The junior ones don't seem to be here. I didn't see them. They're not here." Han Fei immediately noticed that something was wrong. There were intermediate and advanced venerables in the 10,000 Demon Valley. How could there be no junior venerables? He had already killed 2 of them. Did the 10,000 Demon Valley just happen to have these 2? The old turtle said, "I haven't found them yet. However, there aren't many people in the 10,000 Demon Valley. As far as I can see, there are less than 100,000 people. That's impossible." Han Fei immediately denied it. He had stayed here before. It was impossible that the number of people had decreased by at least hundreds of thousands in just a dozen years. Immediately, Han Fei's face changed drastically. The junior venerables are not here, and a large number of half-mermaids are not here. There may be more than a few intermediate and advanced venerables. There must be something wrong. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to think of something and said, "Old Yuan, what are the strength of these half-mermaids in the 10,000 Demon Valley?" The old turtle said, "You may not believe me when I say it. There are probably less than 100,000 people in this place. Half of them are in the sea demon realm. Something must have happened to them, right?" "What?" Han Fei's face suddenly changed. "Damn, it's more than something. This is a big deal." Even if he used his toes to think, it was impossible for the myriad Demon Valley to have only 100,000 people. And among these 100,000 people, there are actually 50,000 sea demon realm experts? That's equivalent to 50,000 hidden fishers? This ratio, damn it, are you kidding me? Han Fei immediately shouted, "Not good! Old Yuan, something big has happened. Chapter 1420. At this time, there were only 100,000 people left in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Besides, half of these 100,000 people were Sea Demon Realm powerhouses. Han Fei didn't feel good at all. This was absolutely impossible for the 10,000 Demon Valley in the past. Think about the White Shell Royal City. Damn, the White Shell Royal City had only produced 100,000 sea spirits after so many years of operation. Good heavens, how many years had it been since I left the Scattered Stars Island? With a swish, 50,000 Sea Demon Realm powerhouses suddenly appeared. Did they fall from the sky? Han Fei thought the 10,000 Demon Valley definitely doesn't have the ability to create so many Sea Demon Realm powerhouses. Or the 10,000 Demon Valley has opened up a king's secret realm? There are infinite resources inside, and cultivation speed is amazing. Either that, or these people had come out from the crack. Han Fei burst into fury. Old Yuan, where are the 50,000 sea demons? The old turtle asked. What do you want to do? Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to slaughter all the sea demons in their base camp. I need to catch a person to see where the people of the 10,000 Demon Valley have gone. And how did they grow so fast? In the end, the old turtle pointed to the direction of the cultivation canyon in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei jumped over without hesitation. He had already walked through the 72-floor soul realm. The cultivation canyon had no secret to him at all. In just a quarter of an hour, Han Fei came to an ordinary demon realm outside the 72-floor soul realm. This demon realm was a place to cultivate the soul. Han Fei quietly sneaked in. Generally speaking, even if the other party had a king, they generally wouldn't go into the cultivation secret realm to observe everyone. Han Fei just took a few steps randomly, and with a thought, the void lines directly seized a half-mermaid who was cultivating. Han Fei's realm and strength were too much higher than this half-mermaid's. Therefore, the moment the half-mermaid was controlled by Han Fei, he couldn't even open his eyes and couldn't control his soul. Deep in his heart, Han Fei could even feel the horror in his soul. This time, Han Fei's soul-searching technique finally came in handy. Since Han Fei deduced the awesome soul-searching technique, he had never searched the soul of a half-mermaid. This time, the half-mermaid was still in a state of cultivation. Han Fei scanned with his soul and felt that part of his consciousness had dived directly into the half-mermaid's consciousness world. Shwa shwa shwa. Tens of thousands of pictures appeared in Han Fei's perception. For example, this half-mermaid was named UFA. For example, this half-mermaid was a butterfly fish. For example, from the time this half-mermaid successfully evolved to the time it entered the 10,000 Demon Valley for the first time, it had been instilled with the belief that human beings should be killed. Han Fei ignored the unimportant information one by one. Soon, Han Fei discovered a different battlefield in the depths of the half-mermaid's consciousness. On a certain cultivation night a few years ago, UFA was cultivating in the cultivation canyon as usual. At that time, he was only at the high level of the demonization realm and was not very strong. On that day, a loud noise and a strong earthquake brought countless half-mermaids back from their cultivation. A terrifying pressure appeared out of thin air, causing everyone to be unable to move a muscle. All the half-mermaids were trembling in their hearts, fearing that this was a sneak attack from a human powerhouse. But immediately afterward, a phantom stood proudly in the void. The man was bathed in brilliance. Under the divine brilliance, the man said, "My king has come to this world to thank the 10,000 Demon Valley for fighting with the human race over the years and suffering heavy casualties. He has opened a holy realm for cultivation, and all creatures above the demonization realm can enter this realm to cultivate." Blue Feather immediately knelt in front of the holy light. "Thank you, my king. I will do my best to defeat the human race." But he heard the man continue, "Oh, Blue Feather, my king is grateful for your great contribution to our sea clan. So he told me that you and other Tao-seeking powerhouses of the 10,000 Demon Valley can all cultivate in the Holy Realm." With that, the man waved his hand, and a mountain in the center of the 10,000 Demon Valley shattered. Under the earth vein, a golden light rushed into the sky, and a big golden fish rushed out and turned into a human figure in the blink of an eye. Han Fei read Yu Fei's memory and saw this scene clearly. As soon as the man appeared, he half knelt on the ground. "Igarez, thank you, my king, for unlocking the seal." Above the sky, the voice was indifferent. "Igarez, 1,800 years ago, you were defeated and almost ruined the foundation of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Now my king has come to this world. Considering that you have become a venerable and have guarded the 10,000 Demon Valley for more than 1,000 years, I will allow you to atone for your mistakes. Don't let my king down." The man shouted to the sky, "Igarez, I will go through fire and water. If I fail again this time, I will kill myself to thank my king." Han Fei was stunned. 1,800 years ago, this man almost caused the destruction of the 10,000 Demon Valley? But 1,800 years ago, wasn't that Tang Yan's era? It seemed that a world-shaking battle had broken out, leading to the destruction of the royal city. Not only did the sea demons stop fighting, but the human race also suffered heavy losses. Even Tang Yan himself gave up the position of the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island and went to find the location of the royal city. The miraculous scene on that day was more or less what it looked like. Except for the guy wrapped in the holy light, it seemed that only one venerable jumped out from the beginning to the end. In Han Fei's experience, this was undoubtedly an act. Obviously, that person had made an agreement with Blue Feather and the others in advance. Of course, Han Fei couldn't directly see the strength of that person from his memory. However, from this person's words, he could get a few key pieces of information. One was a Saint Realm. This should be a place with extremely abundant resources that could quickly help these half-mermaids improve their realms. The other was a newly surrendered king. What was a newly surrendered king? That was just arrived. Could it be that there was no king in this city in the past? But now it did. From this information, it could be concluded that this sea demon royal city was not in the Yin-Yang heaven, nor had anything to do with the Waterwood heaven. There was only one result: the Wall of Death, which was the chaotic sea. This sea demon royal city could only be in the chaotic sea. Han Fei continued to search. After that night, the 10,000 Demon Valley was in an uproar. In the following days, the 10,000 Demon Valley restricted the sea demons from going out. All the exits were blocked. After 7 days, 6 super venerables that Han Fei had never seen before suddenly appeared in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Together, they carved a huge array, almost covering the entire sky above the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei saw from Yu Fei's memory that it was clearly a huge teleportation array, and it was a directional teleportation array. For an array master like Han Fei, how could he not even see a directional teleportation array? Han Fei even saw some more complicated things from this directional teleportation array. For example, this teleportation array was mixed with some defensive arrays and soul-driving arrays. However, when Han Fei saw this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The sea demon venerable was not a fool. Why would he make such a big teleportation array for no reason? Sure enough, Blue Feather's voice shook the entire 10,000 Demon Valley. "Attention, everyone, you are all outstanding disciples of our 10,000 Demon Valley. At the command of my king, I will tell you a piece of shocking news. The Sea Demon Royal City is about to return, and my king is about to return. Before my king returns, he will grant you an unparalleled holy land. In this realm, there are countless opportunities. In the Holy Land trial, you can only leave after reaching the Sea Demon realm. Everyone get ready to enter." When he got here, Han Fei had a question. If one could only leave after reaching the Sea Demon realm, then why were there still 50,000 people in the 10,000 Demon Valley who hadn't reached the sea demon realm. However, on second thought, Han Fei understood. Those who were incapable, responsible for buying things, refining, and poor talents as servants, were probably ordered to stay. In other words, some people missed the time. Because, under normal circumstances, sea demons could leave the 10,000 Demon Valley and go out to hunt. Those who were hunting outside were definitely not a small number. Originally, they went out to hunt desperately. However, the others just sat at home and enjoyed benefits from the sky. When they came back, the teleportation array must have been closed. Otherwise, how much would it cost to maintain such a large teleportation array all the time? Its opening time must also be paid attention to. At that moment, Han Fei saw millions of half-mermaids and half-mermaids rushing to the array, which was really shocking. Han Fei was quite calm. In fact, he had expected this. What was the 10,000 Demon Valley like? Didn't he know? How could there be so many sea demons all of a sudden? The path of cultivation, to put it bluntly, was the same as that of the Zerg clan. Only a fairly large population base could give birth to some extraordinary strong masters. Needless to say, there were 50,000 people in the sea demon realm, so the number of people who broke through to the sea spirit realm in the Holy Land was less than 1%, right? There were still 500 sea spirits. After all, this was equivalent to a welfare secret realm. For those whose strength had been suppressed, it was normal for their strength to advance by leaps and bounds after obtaining a great opportunity. Even if the number of sea spirits born was less than 1%, there should be at least 1/1,000 or 1/10,000. The population base of the 10,000 Demon Valley was so large. If there were millions of sea demons, there would be hundreds of sea spirits. That would be strange. Han Fei followed Yu-Fei's dream, entered the teleportation array, and arrived at an unknown sea area. This place was covered by fog and strong winds. Han Fei was surprised. Why is this place so familiar? The periphery of the wall of death. Han Fei had confirmed that this was outside the wall of death. In the Waterwood sky, when the three forces gathered outside the wall of death, they encountered such a scene when they fought for resources. When they arrived at this place, a venerable that Han Fei was familiar with appeared. That person was the venerable named Igarez, and there seemed to be other venerables. Yu-Fei and the others were taken to a place. Hiss! Han Fei took a breath of cold air. A crack? Yes, in the place between heaven and earth outside the wall of death. Han Fei saw a huge crack. The army of 1,000,000 sea demons lined up and walked towards the crack. Son of a bitch, did they go inside the wall of death? Chapter 14:21. Fortunately, he had the soul-searching art. It was so simple, effective, and fast, and he found a breakthrough point. As Han Fei continued to search, he soon saw the so-called Saint Realm. What was it like? It was a boundless undersea gravel jungle, where there were disordered reefs, sea anemones, thousands of kilometers of coral, undersea jungles, and sand seas. In short, that place was equivalent to a terrain where many secret realms were mixed together. As for the so-called cultivation, it wasn't accurate at all. There were a large number of big conches there. Whether it was the coral sea, the undersea jungles, or the sand seas, there were conches everywhere. Sea demons could quickly improve their strength and soul by killing the big conches and swallowing a drop of essence blood produced from the flesh of those conches in the so-called Saint Realm. Han Fei saw millions of conches. There were more than 100 species of these big conches. Because this place was too big, Han Fei had no doubt that this was a world of big conches. The real number of big conches was probably far greater than what Yu-Fei could see. Oh my God, is there a flood of big conches here? Of course, there was no free lunch in the world. Those who got real benefits would also encounter risks. After the essence blood of these big conches was absorbed, they didn't seem to be digested and absorbed immediately. As a result, some half-mermaids who had been hunting big conches began to fight each other. The number of those who died in the fight with each other and those who died in the battle with the big conches and were devoured was not small at all. I can't say much, but there's definitely a 30% casualty rate. In theory, this number was already very high. After all, it was said that it was the Saint Realm, but after entering there was still a chance of death? This was not a Saint Realm, but a secret realm of death. 1 million people went in, and when they came out, only 700,000 people were left. 300,000 of them had perished. However, the sea demons obviously didn't care about this. After all, the 1 million demonization realm became 700,000 sea demon realm. This was a good deal. Even Han Fei was very envious. If this news was told to the millions of soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island, they would also rush to this secret realm. It was estimated that those people would also go crazy to explore this secret realm. Of course, this was what he felt from Yu Fei's memory. What was the situation over there? He would have to go and see for himself to know. In Han Fei's opinion, although the benefits there were great, that place was too evil. A place full of sea snails and a marine ecological environment. No matter how you looked at it, there was something wrong with it. Could it be that the snails now all swallowed spiritual energy and didn't eat seaweed? Or could it be that spiritual energy had replaced food? Had most marine creatures forgotten the traditional way of hunting? These people were able to grow rapidly because they had absorbed the blood essence in the snail's meat. What kind of logic was that? Could it be that the effect of a living being's blood essence had already surpassed that of a supreme grade spirit fruit? Or could it be that the essence blood contained some other special power? Han Fei was speechless. If a drop of essence blood was so useful, it must contain the power of Tao, right? But Han Fei wondered how a creature that could be killed by a demonization realm half-mermaid had the power of the Great Path. It seemed like there were still some unknown secrets hidden within. In any case, this place could indeed be regarded as a saint land. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Although the snails were difficult to kill, they could still be trained. At that time, Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, "If such a place can't be owned by the human race, can the Sea Clan use it?" Han Fei had made up his mind to explore it first. If he confirmed that the secret realm was there, he would take people to destroy it. Otherwise, wouldn't the 10,000 Demon Valley be filled with half-mermaids and half-mermaids? It was conceivable that if all the half-mermaids and half-mermaids in the 10,000 Demon Valley reached the Sea Demon Realm, then what about the Blood Sea Valley? There were more than 3 million ordinary sea demons in the Blood Sea Valley. How many Sea Demon Realm cultivators would be born? How many Sea Spirit Realm cultivators? Haha. Fortunately, I made a trip here. Otherwise, the Scattered Stars Island would be doomed. With a thought, Han Fei erased a piece of Yu Fei's memory with the power of his soul. After a few minutes, Yu Fei suddenly woke up from his cultivation and quickly looked around. Seeing that no one was around, he let out a long sigh of relief. For some reason, Yu Fei felt that he seemed to have had a dream just now, and what he dreamed of was the scene in the Saint Land. Yu Fei couldn't help shivering slightly. Of course, the Saint Land was a place where he could grow. But at the same time, the Saint Land was also a huge abyssal mouth, constantly devouring the lives of half-mermaids and half-mermaids. In this world, there was no free lunch. Want to grow up? You have to pay the price. If you get benefits, someone has to pay the price. Everything is relative. Yu Fei swore that he must become a strong master. Only by becoming strong would he have a higher chance of surviving in this chaotic world. While Yu Fei was still silently making his wish, Han Fei had quietly floated out of the 10,000 Demon Valley. In less than 3 days, all 3 places had been investigated. Originally, Han Fei just wanted to take a look at the newly appeared crack. What the hell was it? However, after taking a look, he found a big problem. Seeing that Han Fei had already swum out, the old turtle said, "Han Fei, you were using the soul-manipulating technique just now, weren't you?" Han Fei said, Of course, without the soul-manipulating technique, how could I know where these people went? Why did they suddenly grow up? The old turtle asked, "Have you found them?" Han Fei said, "I need to verify it." Han Fei felt that he had to find a way to let Little Black and Little White continue to grow. Now he couldn't really hide from the top masters. Even a peak-level explorer like the Star, Tortoise, could find him as long as he paid close attention. Indeed, this pure darkness was actually very suitable for sneaking. Until Han Fei was 100,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Demon Valley, no one found that his base had been explored several times. Taking out the venerable token, Han Fei sat on the sea and waited for a moment. Then he saw a flash in the void, and Jing appeared beside him, holding a glass of burning Liahua liquor in her hand. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "You like this?" Jing said, "It was boring to wait, so I went to the Scattered Stars Island and got some food and drinks." Han Fei thought to himself, this half-king realm master is really capricious. She ran 500,000 or 600,000 kilometers just to get some food. Interesting. Jing asked, "How is it? What did you find in the base of the sea demons?" Han Fei shook his head. "What is certain is that there is no half-king realm master. There is one peak-level venerable, but I don't know if there is only one. By the way, Jing, what is the furthest range of your venerable token?" Jing wondered. "This is a direction guide. If the territory of the Yin-Yang Heaven is not much larger than the Waterwood Heaven, then no matter where you are, I can sense the direction and guide you. Of course, the farther the distance, the less accurate the sensing will be. If it is more than 1,000,000 kilometers, I can only sense where you are. Where exactly is it? As long as you get close, you can feel it clearly." Han Fei thought about the sea map of the Yin-Yang Heaven hanging in the general's mansion. The area covered by the sea map was about 3 million miles. Behind the 10,000 Demon Valley, the map only covered more than 1,000,000 kilometers. On that map, places such as the 36 towns and the Level 3 fishery were not marked. However, the places where the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley were located were more like two armies facing each other, with the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley as the dividing line. Each side occupied half of the sea. Therefore, Han Fei could predict that the 36 towns were behind the Scattered Stars Island. However, this distance should be more than 2 million kilometers, or even more than 3 million kilometers. Only in this way, the sea map of the General's Mansion didn't show the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. Moreover, the 36 towns were islands of arrays, so they should also have considerable protection. In the same way, Han Fei figured out that the so-called Saint Land should be at the rear of the 10,000 Demon Valley, near the Wall of Death. Han Fei said, "Jing, I'm going to a place that may be about 4 million kilometers away. At that time, I need you to cross the void and come to me." Han Fei thought that since he said he wouldn't use Jing's power, he'd better not use it. Jing was surprised. "So far?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Is it very far for you?" Jing shrugged. "It's far. Even if you're a half-king, it will probably take you half an hour to get there at the fastest speed. If you want to go there quietly, it will take at least an hour. If you have 4 hours, you won't be discovered so easily." Han Fei said in surprise, "What's the reason? A half-king is afraid of being discovered by others?" Jing shook her head slightly. "Well, you don't know this. When the speed reaches a certain limit, space will change, and the flow of time will change slightly. When you reach the half-king realm, your speed may cause changes in space and time. That is a dangerous area. Under normal circumstances, only a king-level powerhouse dares to travel in such a way." After Jing explained, the old turtle also said, "When the speed reaches a certain limit, the way you travel will change, and you will no longer simply escape in reality and the void. They could create their own passageways in the void. You haven't reached this level yet in the half-king realm, So Jing didn't lie to you. Wow. Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath, wondering if the speed Jing and the old turtle were talking about was close to the speed of light. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Jing can you catch up with the speed of light with your current speed? Hearing this, Jing was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled. How is it possible? That's a field that only king-level powerhouses can reach. I'm still far from that. If I must say, the peak speed when I break out may be 1% of the speed of light. Han Fei. Chapter 1422. Han Fei felt that it was good to chat with the old turtle and Jing, when he was free. Damn it, he was shocked when he chatted with them. Jing peak speed had reached 1% of the speed of light. Han Fei really wanted to count with his fingers. At that time he felt terrible. Jing speed was 5 or 6,000 kilometers per second. Was she still a human? Seeing that Han Fei was dumbfounded, Jing couldn't help but say, Hey. Don't equate the distance in the real world with the distance in the void state. You should have experienced it yourself. The sense of distance in reality and in the void is completely different. Similarly, when you become a venerable or even a demi-king in the future, you will naturally understand. Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, I can understand it now. If I can really reach such a fast speed, can I really travel through time? Maybe I can explain the mystery of level 10. But Han Fei didn't hesitate. This world was so magical. In a sense, he was no longer a human. If he were in the past, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a god. Immortal, golden body, golden blood, yin-yang eyes. If it weren't for his experience along the way, Han Fei would feel that he was a mythical figure. Because Jing said that if the distance was too far, even if she rushed over at the fastest speed, it would take more than half an hour. There would definitely be Exalt realm greater demons guarding the Saint Domain. What if an advanced venerable or peak-level venerable appeared? No matter how conceited Han Fei was, he would still be caught by them. Han Fei said, You'd better come with me through the teleportation array. Jing wondered, What teleportation array? Han Fei said, During this investigation, I found a directional teleportation array that can take us to a magical secret realm near the Wall of Death. Hearing this, Jing nodded. She could take this opportunity to see what the yin-yang heaven looked like with Han Fei. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and demonic energy surged on his body. Like a burst of light, 100-meter-long array appeared in midair. This array was exactly the same as the giant teleportation array that Han Fei had just seen when he searched Han Fei's soul. The venerables of the Myriad Demon Valley would never have thought that they would be so secretive that even the teleportation formation had been completely replicated. Jing looked at the teleportation formation and couldn't help but say, Looks like it is indeed very far. This teleportation formation consumes quite a lot of energy. Shuemu Sky was a place filled with teleportation arrays. Jing was already used to all kinds of teleportation arrays. However, the furthest teleportation array in the Shuemu Sky didn't even cross 500,000 miles. Even teleportation arrays that crossed 100,000 miles were pitifully rare. This was because the longer the distance, the more spirit chi the teleportation array required. Under normal circumstances, it was not necessary. Han Fei and Jing entered the teleportation array one after another. Swoosh! The moment Han Fei appeared, he saw thick fog around him. Having no time to observe, Han Fei stomped and a defensive barrier appeared around him. As he opened his mouth wide and used the devouring technique, he immediately swallowed the demonic chi and energy that he sent over. As for the spatial fluctuations, Jing waved her hand, and they immediately disappeared. Jing said, The disadvantage of the teleportation array is that there will already be spatial fluctuations before we come over. Someone noticed this. Let's leave first. Jing grabbed Han Fei, took a step, and appeared thousands of miles away. Immediately afterward, the fog covered them, and no one could find their traces anymore. About 20 minutes after Han Fei and Jing are left, a figure swept out from the void. Huh. The sea demon Venerable looked around and murmured, "Did I sense it wrong?" Han Fei, who had avoided the sea demon Venerable's pursuit, began to swim in the black fog again, and Jing, I held the attitude of watching a show again and didn't intervene. The reason why he took Jing, or with him, was just in case. Otherwise, with such a strong master by his side, what was the difference between having nothing and not having anything? In just over half an hour, Han Fei, who was slowly swimming on the bottom of the sea, found the huge crack. However, to Han Fei's surprise, he found that this huge crack was actually created on the restriction of the Wall of Death. F***CK, is the so-called Saint Realm really inside the Wall of Death? Han Fei frowned slightly. From UFA's memory, it might be because UFA's strength was limited. Therefore, he didn't recognize the existence of the invisible restriction of the Wall of Death at all. After all, to the outside world, this huge crack looked like a crack that extended from the sky to the ground. As for why there was this crack and what was behind the crack, they might think about it, but they probably wouldn't get the answer. At this moment, Han Fei found another venerable sitting next to the crack. This person had 3 large spears erected on his back, which looked like 3 black bones, which should be related to his body. The old turtle said, "An advanced venerable, it seems that you have found the place." But Han Fei didn't feel happy because he had found the place, which meant that there were still many people undergoing trials here. It also meant that this place was continuously providing sea demon realm troops for the 10,000 Demon Valley. The crack shook, and Han Fei saw a half-mermaid walk out of it. Judging from its strength, it had just entered the sea demon realm. The half-mermaid, seeing the venerable, immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Venerable Amo. Okay. Go 1,000 miles to the west and wait there." "Yes, my lord." The half-mermaid immediately responded, lowered his head, and went west. Hearing this, Han Fei followed quietly. After a while, finally 1,000 miles away, in a place blocked by an invisible restriction, the fog and the storm couldn't blow here. At a glance, Han Fei found that there were more than 800 half-mermaids in the sea demon realm and 16 half-mermaids who had just entered the sea spirit realm. In front of this group of people was a familiar face. Han Fei had seen it from UFA's memory. Wasn't this the silver spear that had been suppressed under the 10,000 Demon Valley for more than 1,800 years? After taking a look, the old turtle said, "I just entered the middle-level venerable realm." Looking at these more than 800 half-mermaids who were consolidating their strength, Han Fei said coldly, "I want to go in." The old turtle couldn't help but say, "What can you do in there? Fight hundreds of thousands of people alone?" Han Fei sneered. "Just because I want to go in doesn't mean I have to kill the enemy. Only after I go in will I know what's going on and how the Scattered Stars Island should deal with it." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He was also curious about what the hell that big snail was. If its essence blood could help ordinary sea demons quickly improve their realm, it would be fine. However, Tao-seeking state demons like Blue Feather could also go in to improve their strength. Even Blue Feather had become a venerable, and Qishuehuan had to go through a tribulation and break a restriction. Ignoring the hundreds of people on Silver Spear's side, Han Fei returned to the crack again. As the saying went, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The road to becoming a king was not to solve all the problems by himself. Wouldn't he die of exhaustion? Under the cover of the night and the fog, Han Fei had been hiding next to the crack. If he went in rashly, he would cause the space to shake. The venerable was not a fool and would definitely find something wrong. According to the ratio of the number of sea demons, at least a few people would come out of the Saint Realm every day. If they couldn't reach this level, the Scattered Stars Island wouldn't be afraid of them. It was impossible for the 10,000 Demon Valley to train 50,000 sea demons in just a few years. Sure enough, after staring at it for about 4 hours, The pitch-black crevice began to tremble, and 3 people emerged from it one after another. Han Fei took the opportunity to brush past the 3 of them and slipped into the so-called Saint Realm in a mist. Perhaps the venerable sea demon was used to seeing people coming out of it, so he didn't pay attention to these people and was still cultivating, so he didn't notice them. Swish, the scene in front of him changed, and Han Fei felt more than 10 times the gravity. Such a little gravity had almost no effect on him now. The world in front of him was a seabed reef area, and most of the reefs were covered by seaweeds and sea anemones. At a glance, Han Fei saw a big green snail, which was gnawing on a piece of broad-leaved seaweed that was tens of meters long. However, what made him a little speechless was that this guy had 3 snails. Han Fei was stunned. He had heard of hydra and 9-tailed fox, but he had never heard of a 3-headed conch. This creature had really refreshed his worldview. Han Fei was surprised. "I'm eating it. I thought these big snails relied on photosynthesis." Han Fei naturally wouldn't take a green conch seriously. He stepped to the side of the conch, and information popped up in his eyes. Name 3-layered demon-snailed introduction, a unique green conch in the snail-kill sea, which mutated and turned into a demon snail because of the corrosive blood of a king realm creature. This snail has 3 abilities: soul-sucking, blood-sucking, and spirit-swallowing. It has extremely strong defensive power. It needs to be killed quickly. Level 58, quality, rare, contains spiritual energy greater than 15,924 points. Effect: eating its corrosive blood will easily mutate your body and awaken your bloodline. Collectible, corrosive blood, unabsorbable. Note: the corrosive blood can corrode the foundation of the spiritual heritage and can't be eaten lightly. When he saw this information, Han Fei's pupils constricted. Contaminated by the corrosive blood of a king realm creature? No wonder these sea demons could grow so fast. It turned out that they all ate the blood of a king realm creature and improved their strength so quickly. Son of a B****, Han Fei cursed in his heart. The king of the sea demon king city is really desperate. He can do anything to destroy the human race. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that there was a force trying to pull him, and then he saw that the 3-layered demon snail, with a big shell with a green shell and a pointed cone, was sucking crazily at him. Bam! Han Fei slapped it down and smashed it into pieces. "What the F***CK are you sucking? Don't you know what level you are? Why are you sucking me?" The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "Why are you angry at a conch?" Han Fei said fiercely, "Because it is no longer a pure conch." Chapter 14:23. The big conch was smashed into pieces by Han Fei. Han Fei reached out, and a drop of blood with a gurgling sound appeared in front of him. Han Fei frowned. This drop of blood was dark green, very different from normal red blood. Not only did it have a refreshing fragrance, but there was also a roar in the blood, like the sound of a heart beating, which made people recognize it at once. When Han Fei picked up this drop of blood, this drop of dark green blood still wanted to stick to Han Fei's skin. However, because he knew that this was corrosive blood, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let it succeed. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a mass of water vapor, which wrapped the drop of blood tightly. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, do you recognize what this is?" The old turtle was speechless. "Do you think I'm omnipotent? I'm not a god. This is just a drop of dark green essence blood. In this boundless blue sea, there are at least 80,000, if not 100,000. How am I supposed to guess?" Wait. As soon as the old turtle finished complaining, he suddenly said, "Something's wrong. This drop of blood contains surging blood chi. Such surging blood chi is simply a great tonic for those sea demons in the demonization realm. It's no wonder that their strength has increased." Han Fei said leisurely, "So?" The old tortoise pondered and said, To achieve this effect, one would need the blood of a half-venerable realm great monster, at the very least. Han Fei said leisurely again, but the 10,000 demon valley has created 50,000 sea demons and half-mermaids. As far as I can tell, there are more than 1,000 sea demons and half-mermaids here. The number of these big conches is even more than the number of people. The old turtle was stunned. After a while he said, "Why don't you hunt a random conch and see?" With a thought, a fishing hook appeared in Han Fei's hand, and he threw it casually. The hook, like an arrow, pierced through the void and instantly caught a big conch 10 kilometers away. Crack! What's going on with this big conch? It felt that it had been caught in an instant. Then there was nothing else. The moment the conch appeared, Han Fei slapped it down and smashed it into pieces. He didn't know when it started, but when he looked at these creatures again, he suddenly felt that he was looking at ants. Han Fei felt that as long as he thought about it, they could live and die at his will. He just killed 2 snails casually, so he didn't take it seriously at all. Both he and the old turtle's eyes were attracted by a drop of dark green blood that was exactly the same as the old turtle's. When he saw this drop of blood, Han Fei said, "It seems that every one of them has it." The old tortoise paused for a moment before saying, "Why don't you try catching another one? Catch it from a distance." Whoosh, 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 Han Fei cast his fishing hook 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and even 3,000 kilometers away and caught a sea spirit state conch. In just a moment, there were already 6 drops of dark green blood essence in Han Fei's hand. Among them, the sea spirit realm conch's blood essence contained blood chi that was much richer than the other drops of blood chi. Until this moment, the old turtle said leisurely, "You seem to be in big trouble." Han Fei said lightly, "Looking at these blood beads, they should all come from the same person. And this sea demon secret realm is enough for hundreds of thousands or even millions of people to hunt and grow. This means that there may be as many as millions of such blood essences." The old turtle grunted. "No one under the king level can do this, unless they are evil cultivators who specialize in this Tao. Just like the blood pool you saw last time, the evil cultivators in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. These people are actually the same." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Evil cultivators?" The old turtle said, "I can almost be sure that all the big conches here are used by some evil cultivator king to absorb some kind of power. Although these big conches are still alive, they won't live long. Whether there are these sea demons or not, their lifespan is definitely no more than 100 years. Han Fei took a breath and said, "What if they eat them?" The old turtle sneered. "This kind of blood is a life-threatening thing. It may stimulate one's potential for a while and greatly increase one's strength, but that all at the cost of one's own potential and lifespan. This kind of reckless exploitation and use of one's own potential will inevitably lead to a crazy reduction of one's lifespan. The faster one cultivates, the faster one dies." "Who?" Han Fei suddenly said, "The king absorbed some of the power of these people, but how can he take it back? Even if this blood is not a good thing, can the king withstand millions of them?" The old turtle said solemnly, "You underestimated the king, didn't you? The life queen can nurture a drop of the spring of life at most for a few years. But a drop of the spring of life can even increase a venerable's lifespan by decades. An explorer can increase their lifespan by at least 100 years. Anyone below the explorer level can easily increase their lifespan by 100 years. What do you think now?" Hiss! Han Fei took a deep breath. "Damn it. If that's the case, it's more interesting. Let's assume that this so-called Saint Realm had been operating for many years. Then it would only take a little time for a king to create such a secret realm." The old turtle continued, "As for what you said, how can this power be taken back? This way is much easier. For example, the technique that Yuan Dao gave you back then. Through sacrifice, you can ignore the spatial distance. Also, if this evil technique is the power of the great path of the king, then he can recover this power. The so-called seal generally can't seal the power of the great path, unless you deliberately seal this power. However, you can seal one, too, but can you seal thousands of places? Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "According to what you said, isn't the power of the king a bit too great? Are all the kings in the world so strong?" The old turtle said disdainfully, "What do you think? All the people below the king are ants. Only when you enter the king's realm can you know what real power is. At least in your barren land, the king's realm is still extremely powerful." Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei thought that the old turtle seemed to look down on the king's realm. But if all the people below the king were ants, it was like what Luo Xiaobai experienced in the ideal palace. Han Fei had already learned from the information that this was the king's corrosive blood. The reason why he chatted with the old turtle was that he wanted to know if this king had a purpose. At this moment, Han Fei had an idea. The Sea Demon King City probably wouldn't come here for the time being. If he could come here, he wouldn't have to attack his millions of sea demons. If he really could come here, he would have come here early in the morning. With this evil technique, hundreds of millions of humans would suffer. At this moment, the so-called opening of the Saint Realm only required him to consume some power. What was the purpose of this power? Han Fei didn't know, but there were only a few possibilities. First, he wanted to come here, but he couldn't. Therefore, he needed a medium and some sea demons needed to be sacrificed. While sacrificing the sea demons, he could also improve his strength, and maybe he could also kill the human race. Second, he was at a critical moment of cultivation and needed power to support him to make a breakthrough. Maybe there was a third, a fourth. However, no matter how many there were, Han Fei was only interested in whether he could come here or not. Once this kind of evil king came, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Just as Han Fei was chatting with the old turtle and thinking about the problem, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Around him, at least 7 sea demons and 2 sea spirits were rushing in his direction. Han Fei frowned slightly. What's the meaning of this? How could these small fries find him? If it wasn't because they found him, then they must have sensed the corrosive blood. After all, Han Fei had a small mass of corrosive blood in his hand. For these sea demons who were eager to improve their strength, it was definitely a treasure. However, in Han Fei's perception, there were actually a lot of sea demons around. Many of them didn't cover up the traces of battle. Because there were too many third-layer demon conches here, there was no need to cover up. However, only 9 people were attracted here. Didn't the other sea demons discover them? Han Fei immediately discovered the problem. Relatively speaking, the strength of these 9 sea demons was the strongest among the sea demons around. They were all sea demons who were about to make a breakthrough, but were not ready to go out. About half an hour later, 3 beginner half-mermaids in the sea demon realm rushed over first. Han Fei was still in his black mist body, not his real body. When the 3 of them came over, they were stunned to see a mass of blood essence floating in the seawater. Someone was surprised. Why is there no one here? Someone suddenly said warily, could it be a bait? Since this person can get such a large mass of blood essence, he can't just leave it here. As soon as this was said, the 3 of them immediately became vigilant and even fused with their associate spirits. After repeatedly confirming that there was no danger here, the 3 of them came to Han Fei, who had been waiting for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the void lines appeared, all 3 of them were hit and almost all of them were dead. Han Fei controlled the souls of the 3 of them and suddenly felt a power trying to drill into his soul through the void lines. Bam, bam, bam. Han Fei frowned and controlled the internal organs of the 3 to explode. Taking back the void lines, Han Fei grabbed a total of 5 drops of corrosive blood from the 3 of them. Humph! You want to pollute this, young master? You're the F** king first. There were only 2 people in the second wave, one of whom was a beginner sea spirit and the other an intermediate sea demon. This time, they didn't even see the few drops of corrosive blood that Han Fei controlled and were killed on the spot. Just like the last time, the corrosive blood tried to pollute Han Fei. However, the result was obvious. When Han Fei collected a small mass of corrosive blood in his hand, suddenly he perceived that more than 100 people were rushing towards him. Han Fei frowned slightly. Is it because I have more corrosive blood in my hand, so I can sense more people? First, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 14:24. More and more sea demons were attracted by the corrosive blood in Han Fei's hand and came one after another. It seemed that if Han Fei was a little weaker, he would run away. When these sea demons rushed to where Han Fei was, their eyes were scarlet, their bodies were surging with demonic energy, and they were even ready to attack. However, what they could see was just a mass of corrosive blood. Some people didn't care about anything else. How many big conches did he have to kill to get such a mass of corrosive blood? Immediately, someone reached out to grab it. Bam! Someone had just rushed within 100 meters of Han Fei and exploded to death, not even knowing how he died, and Han Fei was still observing. He wanted to see how attractive this corrosive blood was to these sea demons. Sure enough, almost all the sea demons couldn't help it when they saw such a large mass of corrosive blood. They were about to rush at Han Fei as if they had smoked a lot of cigarettes. Bam! 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 Such brilliant fireworks had already exploded dozens of times. From beginning to end, Han Fei didn't even move. He just set up a few killing arrays. In less than half an hour, Han Fei had killed more than 100 sea demons. Most of them walked right into the trap. But there were 3 sea spirit state, half-mermaids. Maybe they were stronger and had better self-control. Although the corrosive blood was attractive enough, they still resisted, feeling that such a large amount of corrosive blood couldn't appear here out of thin air for no reason. Of course, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. When they thought of this, they had already been controlled by Han Fei's void lines. In just half an hour, the corrosive blood in Han Fei's hand had increased several times. To Han Fei's surprise, as this mass of corrosive blood gathered, the power it could emit was also greater. The surging blood attracted the seawater within hundreds of kilometers around. The ocean currents trembled slightly from time to time. Han Fei was suspicious. Old Yuan, do you think this blood has spirituality? It is trying to break through my seal. The old turtle said, I don't know if this blood has spirituality or not. However, the great Tao power in the blood seemed to be gathering. I can't tell if it's just 1 or 2 drops, but if there's a lot of it, the blood energy it can unleash will be very powerful. Han Fei asked, what will happen if too much power of the great path is gathered? The old turtle pondered for a moment. Don't worry, the king won't be able to come over. However, it was entirely possible for a projection to descend. Blood essence was only a type of energy. Without the support of the main body, even if all the blood essence in this secret realm converges, the projection of the monarch will eventually disappear in battle. So it's still possible for the king to arrive through this blood essence? Even if it's a projection, it's the projection of a king? No. The old turtle retorted, you can't say that. The projection of a king didn't mean that he had the strength of a king. I'm afraid this world of yours can't tolerate existences at the king realm. Even if he can make it, can he leave this mystic realm? Han Fei immediately grinned. That makes sense. The Yin-Yang heaven was being watched by the eye of the heavenly path. Ren Tianfei had warned him with the fish skin picture when he was in the level 3 fishery. What if the sea demon king could ignore the eye of the heavenly path? Then the Yin-Yang heaven would have been destroyed long ago. Why wait until now? Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred. He felt that there was a force attracting him in the distance, and the ball of corrosive blood in his hand could feel that force like a magnet. It was indeed a kind of attraction. which could be observed through the blood flow of this blood essence. Scanning with his perception, Han Fei found that there was no abnormality within 8,000 kilometers. At most, there were some scattered half-mermaids hunting and fighting fiercely with the big conches. He had to admit that the restriction power of this so-called sea demon Holy Land was really too low, not like that kind of dangerous secret realm at all. His perception was completely unrestricted, and he could directly sweep more than 8,000 kilometers. Han Fei flew away. These sea demons were too scattered. If he killed them one by one, it would be a waste of time, and he couldn't solve the fundamental problem. Even if these hundreds of thousands of sea demons were scattered, he could still kill them. But what if the more than 3 million ordinary half-mermaids of the Blood Sea Valley came over? Would he have to kill them again? Therefore, when the corrosive blood acted strangely, Han Fei's first thought was to find the source and kill it. A king-level creature was sealed in the Wall of Death, so there must be a guide for it to interfere with the internal affairs of the Yin-Yang Heaven, right? After a while, Han Fei had passed 10,000 kilometers. At this moment, Han Fei was flying over a sea of sand. There were different kinds of big conches here. The big conches here were called sand demon conches, and their strength was generally at the peak level of sea demons or even sea spirits. Because of this, the number of sea demons near this area had decreased. Han Fei killed 2 at random and found that the corrosive blood was the same, except that it was more bloody than the ones he killed before. After another 6,000 kilometers, Han Fei passed a sea anemone tentacle area, a coral area, and a mud flat. It was worth mentioning that the big conches in this mud flat were called snake conches. There were big snakes drilling in the conches, and the conch shell was buried in the soil. It looked like the 10,000 snake cave, which was extremely creepy. A world full of strange conches? Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "It turns out that conches can look like this." As he walked, Han Fei collected more and more corrosive blood in his hands. He killed one here and one there. Along the way, Han Fei killed as many as 200 strange conches. Han Fei felt that the corrosive blood in his hands was enough for him to further improve his strength as an explorer. Of course, the premise was that this explorer had to eat it. After a while, Han Fei saw some strange conches with transparent shells floating in the water, like jellyfish in the pitch-black sea. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in Han Fei's perception. Qian Yining, Hail Changfeng, and Hai Xinlan. Coincidentally, Han Fei knew all 3 of them. They were the only 3 remaining members of the 8 wings of Blue Feather. In the Battle of the Sea of Pearls, Han Fei didn't see these people. He thought they had already died. He didn't expect to see them here. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting opposite each other in a triangle. In the middle of the 3 of them, there was a big, dark, green cocoon, which was vibrating. The 3 of them seemed to be holding some kind of ritual. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Except for Qian Yining, who was a Dao Seeker, Hail Changfeng and Hai Xinlan had both reached the Dao Seeker state. Also, Qian Yining had reached the advanced Dao Seeker state. Hail Changfeng and Hai Xinlan were also in the intermediate Dao Seeker state. The 3 of them had grown so fast. It was obvious that they had gained a lot of benefits in the so-called Saint Realm. Han Fei quickly approached them. With his strength, they wouldn't notice him even if he was within 100 meters of them. With that in mind, Han Fei forcibly sealed the aura of the corrosive blood in his hands and approached the 3 of them. Han Fei scanned with his senses and found that there seemed to be people in the big cocoon. Not good. Those bastards must be up to no good. Han Fei's first reaction was to kill these people and stop the weird ritual they were performing. However, the old turtle suddenly roared, "Not good! We've been tricked! Retreat!" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "I've been hiding very well all the way here. When did I get tricked?" Of course, Han Fei chose to retreat without hesitation. Although the old turtle was almost the same as a useless turtle, its life level was still different after all. Hum, hum. Dark green walls rose in all directions. Even with Han Fei's speed, he couldn't be faster than these walls. Star shift. The speed of this light array was as fast as the hexagon starfish's six-gate array. However, the star shift technique was designed to break such arrays, so Han Fei didn't panic. Bam! Boom! Boom! But when Han Fei was about to twist the space, the large mass of corrosive blood in his hand exploded with a boom. The terrifying power directly blew up the twisted space. Han Fei was blown 1,000 meters away and missed the opportunity to escape. At that moment, Han Fei felt that 10,000 times the gravity instantly pressed on him, making him sink to the bottom of the sea. Kill him! Qin Yining, Hail of Changfeng, and Hai Xinlan had already attacked. Wither. Sea King God Shattering Strike. Water Entanglement Technique. The attacks of these 3 people fell on Han Fei in an instant. Han Fei was extremely shocked. By logic, these 3 people couldn't even see him, let alone attack him. However, although it was unexpected, Qin Yining's law of time hadn't risen to the level of a law and couldn't shake him at all. The power of time was directly absorbed by the time ring. Hail of Changfeng used his horn as a thorn and launched a terrifying attack at Han Fei's soul. Even under the 10,000 times the gravity, Han Fei still stabbed back and launched the god-stunning spike. Kacha! With a boom, the sound of his soul-shattering came over. How could Hail of Changfeng, who was only an intermediate Tao-seeking state cultivator, resist the god-stunning spike? Now, Han Fei could slap Hail of Changfeng to death with one hand. Trying to kill him with a mental attack? He must be dreaming. Hail of Changfeng's head exploded in an instant, and Qin Yining and Hai Xinlan hurriedly retreated in fear. Qin Yining roared, "Not good! This man's strength is beyond our imagination. My time technique is completely useless." While retreating, Hai Xinlan put her hands together. Han Fei felt that the seawater around him turned into spears and sprinted at him crazily. Clang, clang, clang. While the 2 of them were still in shock, Han Fei transformed into a humanoid shadow and said with a smile, "What? You've spent so much effort to tie me up, but this is all you've got?" Second update. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 1425. Qin Yining and Hai Xinlan couldn't see Han Fei at all. Even though Han Fei had turned into a human, they could only sense that there seemed to be someone not far away from them through the flow of the seawater. However, no matter how they observed with their naked eyes, there was no one, even though the person was already standing in front of them. Also, through the wave of attacks just now, the 2 of them knew that this was something that they couldn't deal with at all. The 2 of them didn't care about Hail of Changfeng's remains at all. They began to retreat as fast as they could. Fortunately, there was 10,000 times the gravity in this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to run away. Suddenly, a dragon roar seemed to explode. The terrifying roar was none other than the 100-beast soul-suppressing roar. Under the roar, the 2 of them bled from all their orifices. Their heads dizzy, they simply fell to the bottom of the sea. Before the 2 of them could react, the void lines had already taken control of them. The moment Han Fei controlled them, he suddenly felt that a powerful force was trying to find him through the void lines. Humph! Han Fei immediately released the void lines. 10,000 knives in one. Han Fei raised his hand. The infinity water ignored gravity and swept Qin Yining and Hai Xinlan in the blink of an eye. Pooh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were minced into pieces and were on the verge of death. It would only take 1 second for Han Fei to mince the 2 of them. However, something that slightly shocked Han Fei happened. 3 explosions rang out, and Qin Yining, Hai Xinlan, and Hail of Changfeng, who had already perished, were all reduced to dust. It was different from self-detonation. The self-detonation of an advanced Tao-seeking state expert could only be described as terrifying. It was no less powerful than a sweep of his million-knife art. However, the three of them didn't self-detonate at all. They were blown into pieces. At this moment, the souls and flesh of the three people were all swallowed by the dark green cocoon in Han Fei's eyes. In the seawater, a heavy voice suddenly spread out. "Oh, you're not a sea demon, are you? I smell the scent of human beings." Hiss! Han Fei didn't respond. Snowmorn appeared in his hand. He struck with all his might. The sword-drawing technique unleashed a peerless sword energy that swept towards the cocoon. Layers of formless shells appeared in front of the cocoon. Crack, 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 after breaking 32 invisible carapace barriers in a row. Han Fei's blow was forcibly blocked. The cocoon was confused and asked in surprise, "A human venerable one?" "No, you're not a venerable one. If a venerable enters this realm, I will definitely know. It seems that you are still an explorer." Han Fei still didn't respond, but said in his heart, "Old Yuan, didn't you say that kings can't come here? What's going on?" The old tortoise said leisurely, "Why are you panicking? If it could come over, it would have done so a long time ago. What the hell is this now? Why don't you test him first?" Han Fei finally said, "Oh, according to your tone, you're the king of Sea Demon King City?" The cocoon was silent for 2 seconds. "You're not panicking at all. Are you aware that you have a way out of this prince's hands?" Han Fei grinned. "It's not up to you whether I have a way out or not. If your true self is here, I'll admit defeat. The question is your true self here? Come out of this cocoon if you can." This was not the first time that Han Fei had faced a king. When he was with the Life Queen, there was no awkwardness or fear, and he even challenged the White Armor Emperor. He almost thought that he was on equal footing with them. Now he hadn't even seen the evil king's face, and the other party had already sent a cannon fodder to attack him. It wouldn't even be enough for him to slap it. The only thing he was a bit uncertain about was the big cocoon in front of him. Han Fei bet that it was just a projection at most. Today's Han Fei was no longer the hanging fisher boy when Xia Shaochan was taken away. Now, with Han Fei's venerable combat power, even if the projection of Chen Huangdian arrived, he would dare to fight. Besides, this was the evil king who had been sealed in the wall of death for tens of thousands of years. The big cocoon, after hearing Han Fei's words, began to shake slightly. Bam! 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 Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and used the heavenly fortune technique. It seemed that this big cocoon was indeed a threat to him. In his heart, the old turtle shouted, "Let's try to break this seal." All the conches within 10,000 kilometers are collapsing. A tremendous amount of blood essence is gathering. Unlike Han Fei, this evil king might be able to block Han Fei's perception through the seals set up by Qian Yining and the other two. However, he had never thought that there would be an ancient turtle in Han Fei's body. Its soul realm was even higher than that of a king. As soon as the big cocoon made a move, the old turtle had already noticed it. Han Fei's perception scanned the seal. If he guessed right, this evil king's technique was a bit similar to Master Hexagon's 6-gate formation. It was extremely fast and had extremely high defense. Why didn't he try to break through it? He might as well try to see if he could kill this big cocoon. In the seawater, a cloud of white mist emerged out of thin air, which was exactly Han Fei's white mist body hidden in Forge the Universe. However, after the white mist body appeared, Han Fei didn't choose to merge with it. The white mist body turned into a human, stretched out his hand, and the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. The black and white figures, one holding Snowmorn and the other the embroidery needle. With the two sea-quelling bizarre treasures in hand, the big cocoon shook even more violently. 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures? It seems that you have an extraordinary position in the human race. You're only an explorer, but you can also unleash the combat power of a venerable? If you're not the highest commander of the Scattered Stars Island, you must be a member of a top clan in the 1,000-star city. The people of the Chu sect won't come here. The Chow family. Are you from the Chow family? F*CKU. Han Fei thought to himself, this king knows the Thousand-Star City. It seems that he has dealt with these families before. In that case, Han Fei had an idea. He activated the swallowing technique and swallowed all the energy around him. Beast King technique. Sword drawing technique. Monkey King 3,000 strikes. 10,000 knives in one. In an instant, Han Fei burst out. If he hadn't heard the old turtle's words, Han Fei wouldn't have believed it. It was just a projection, and it was a big cocoon made by 3 Dao-seeking state cultivators. How strong could it be? Han Fei stepped out, and the law of gravity descended, directly offsetting 70% to 80% of the gravity. The big cocoon was surprised again. Oh, it's really the Chow family's swallowing technique. But you're trying to block my way with the power of law? Boy, are you looking for death? Crack. BM. Han Fei felt that the law of gravity around him was crushed in an instant. Han Fei's muscles tightened, and he activated the Dao Seed. This place has a restrictive spell. Swish. Han Fei felt that the 10,000 times gravity disappeared in an instant. How is it possible? The big cocoon trembled wildly, trying to cast another spell. However, Han Fei had already used the sword drawing technique, and a tornado-like stream of knives that was 100 meters long swept over. The invisible barrier was propped up again, and with a cracking sound, the layers of shields were broken. In an instant, more than 50 layers had been broken. Han Fei could feel that the dark green color on the big cocoon was fading and becoming lighter. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. I told you want to keep me here? Unless you come with your true body. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Bam! 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 In the hands of the white fog, the Monkey King's 3,000 strikes smashed down crazily. In the hands of the black fog, 2 hammers appeared, and the 100 Battles hammer was launched. Dum, 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 clang, clang, clang. Han Fei didn't use any spells. He only used his body, and his strength was still terrifying. In terms of strength alone, it was no problem for him to tear a junior venerable apart. The big cocoon was broken layer by layer. In just a few seconds, the invisible armor was broken 100 times. Dozens of cracks appeared on the big cocoon. The big cocoon no longer spoke. At this moment, corrosive blood was gathering crazily from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. After a round of 100 Battles hammer strikes, the dark green cocoon was already covered with cracks, and its surface had become dim. And the Monkey King's 3,000 strikes hadn't stopped. Han Fei had already hit 500 times with the 3,000 overlapping waves. Kacha! Suddenly, the big cocoon was smashed open by Han Fei. In this hole, a big black conch appeared in front of Han Fei. But this big conch was different from all the conches that Han Fei had seen before. This big conch had a total of 6 layers of spiral rings, and each layer had 24 sharp blades that looked like bone spurs. They were extremely shiny and looked like blades that had just been consecrated. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: Black Killer Conch King. Weak. Introduction: an ancient creature that has slept for millions of years and been tempered by heaven and earth. It has obtained the Black Killer Conch armor with amazing defense. It can cut all kinds of strange crystals. This conch doesn't have a real body, so it's impossible to get complete information. Level 85, quality Ancient Fierce Beast Truth. Contains demonic cheese. Point: effect: it can greatly enhance chi and blood and mutate the body. Collectible: none absorbable. Remarks: as soon as he saw this information, Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a projection. Although it was a projection of an intermediate venerable, it was probably because the ritual just now hadn't been completed, or the person who held the ritual was too weak, or maybe he had just hit it. Anyway, even if it was just a projection, it was still very strong. Han Fei didn't think he could beat it. Han Fei rushed to the edge of the seal and launched the sacrificing punch, intending to rush out of the array. The Black Killer Conch King chuckled and said, "Well, you're right. I can't come here in person, but this saint land was created by me. I can seal all creatures and spiritual energy here. How can you escape?" The third chapter. I only need your monthly vote. Come on, give it to me. End of this chapter. Chapter 1426. Rumble under the impact of such a high speed. Although Han Fei's sacrificing punch didn't break the seal, it still made the seal dim. The surface of the seal was covered with fine cracks, but even in this state, Han Fei didn't merge the two into one. After all, once he fused with the two of them, who would he cry to if the other party killed him all at once? Han Fei roared, "Explode!" The infinity water suddenly exploded. A terrifying power swept through the entire seal. Outside the seal, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The tremors continued for thousands of miles, and the seabed even sunk several dozen meters deep. Kacha! With the sound of glass shattering, the dark green seal was directly blown up by Han Fei. The Black Snail King let out a cry of surprise, as if it had not expected that its seal would be broken so easily. Although this seal was not personally placed by him, it was still his own power. How could it be broken so easily? Besides, what made the Black Killer Snail King speechless was that Han Fei didn't break its seal with any magical technique, but with pure strength. What kind of physique could possess such terrifying power? The Black Killer Snail King thought that, in terms of pure strength, the person in front of him was at least a high-level venerable. This was something that made no sense at all. On the path of cultivation, although there were differences between cultivators of the same realm, how could there be such a huge gap between realms? The Black Killer Snail King's heart trembled as he shouted, "You're walking on the path of becoming a king with your body?" Han Fei had no time to deal with the Black Killer Snail King. No matter what, it was a king realm expert. Even if it was only a projection, it still possessed the strength of a mid-rank Exalt realm expert. Moreover, this intermediate Exalt was different from other intermediate Exalted realm experts. His true self was a king-level entity. It was like lowering his realm to the sea spirit realm. Although he was a sea spirit, he had seen the scenery of the Explorer realm and knew the abilities of the Explorer realm. This kind of knowledge was the greatest gap between the enemy and himself. Even if Han Fei could give it a try, this battle was really unnecessary. What was the point of fighting to the death? He was fighting with his life, while the other party was using a projection. It would not be worth it if he were to fight against them like a fool. Just now, the Black Killer Snail King said that this was a secret realm created by him. It could be said that the millions of snails here were all his energy. Everything here could be used by the Black Killer Snail King. When the old turtle said that the sea snails were dying in batches, and when Han Fei saw the corrosive blood swarming towards him, he knew that it was all true. Not only was the other party's realm and strength high, but it was also inexhaustible. If it was someone else, even if that person was a high-level venerable who was more powerful than the Black Killer King's projection, they would not be able to escape from this world. Exclamation point. While running, Han Fei tried to absorb the energy around him with the swallowing technique. Of course, he couldn't. The projection of the Black Killer Snail King descended, and Han Fei's perception range was reduced from 8,000 kilometers to a distance that he could only control with his vision. Fortunately, Han Fei knew where he came from, and the white mist knew where he should run. However, at this moment, the Black Killer Snail King was not slow at all. It was a mid-level venerable and a projection of a king-level powerhouse. It would be ridiculous if it was slow. Of course, the Black Killer Snail King was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Could a peak-level explorer be so fast? This person was so fast that he ran into the illusion. This was a speed domain that only a king-level powerhouse could master. This guy was just an explorer. How did he do it? The Black Killer Snail King said, "In my world, the Chow family swallowing technique is useless. Everything here was created by this king. Offer your body to this king, and this king can spare your life." Swoosh! Swoosh! The Gemini bodies immediately fled in two directions. The White Killer Snail King cursed. "Who do you think you are? You're just a king-level powerhouse who can't come out. How dare you try to subdue me with a projection?" In an instant, the Gemini bodies had already split up. They simply ran blindly and didn't go in the direction of the exit. "An incarnation!" The Black Killer Snail King sneered. "So, it's just a battle technique. In my Saint realm, even if you have thousands of clones, what can you do? Do you think I can't do that?" When Han Fei passed by some big conches, these big conches died inexplicably. He clearly sensed vitality, soul, corrosive blood, and there seemed to be some special power in them. These powers were quickly fusing, and a new Black Killer Snail King was born. Han Fei bared his teeth. That's too much. At this rate, wouldn't he, the Black Killer Snail King, have as many clones as he wanted? The old tortoise said, "I think you can fight. You have a lot of resources on you. If you fight a war of attrition, the space he created will collapse." Han Fei didn't stop. I know it from the power he showed. However, those are the resources that I worked hard to get. Why should I waste them here?" What Han Fei was really scared of was not the strength of the Black Killer Snail King, but the ability of a king. Moreover, in his opinion, fighting this battle was not worth it at all. Therefore, Han Fei didn't want to fight if he could. But soon after the old turtle made the suggestion, Han Fei saw two dark green barriers blocking his way. Not only that, in front of the two barriers, there were two projections of the Black Killer Snail King. Shoot! Are they serious? For projections? The old turtle said they're not projections. He's extracting the power of those demon conches. The clones he created with their power and the blood essence he set up. Every clone needs a lot of vitality, energy, demonic chi, and ownerless souls. But how should I put it? At least, you can't run away in a short time. Han Fei's face was dark. The appearance of the 4 Black Killer Snail Kings meant that they had made up their minds to kill him. But how could Han Fei be convinced? He had gone through so many difficulties and finally died in the hands of a mere projection. How could he be convinced? I hate projections. You kings always think you're high above and regard others as ants. Do you think you can change the outcome of the battle with a projection? Today, I'm going to fight you, the so-called king. Who? Han Fei launched an attack. The white mist suddenly pulled out Snowmorn. For a moment, everything in its path was frozen. The white mist was extremely cold, and with Snowmorn, the cold power was even colder. 100 kilometers away, the sword was drawn and the silver light shone. However, the Black Killer Snail King charged at Han Fei with its shelled body. At the same time, the sword light poured down with 10,000 times the gravity and slashed out. Han Fei directly crawled into the pit at the bottom of the sea. Behind him, the other clone of the Black Killer Snail King had already arrived. Its shell spun at an extremely high speed, and the 6-layered knife shadow that was thousands of meters long seemed to split the seawater and charged at Han Fei. This place has a restrictive spell. Activating the Dao Seed, the Black Killer Snail King's 1,000-meter-long rotating knife shadow suddenly shrank to more than 30 meters, dozens of times smaller. But even so, the terrifying knife light swept to Han Fei's front. Han Fei had already made up his mind. Once he was defeated and his body was shattered, he would turn into mist and run away as one. However, ding, crack, clank, 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 2 different sounds echoed at the same time. On one side, the shell of the Black Killer Snail King that Han Fei hit had dense cracks under Snowmorn's full-strength attack. Immediately after, the power of ice directly froze him into a big ice block. The clone of a king was smashed to the bottom of the sea by Han Fei's sword. With a boom, ripples spread out, and the explosive power swept out for 1,000 kilometers. Apart from everything else, all the vitality within 500 kilometers was cut off and crushed into pieces. On the other side, Han Fei was hit by the Black Killer Snail King. The 6 extremely sharp knife wheels seemed to be able to cut the seawater into pieces. However, they were stuck on Han Fei's body. It seemed that Han Fei had been cut into pieces. His flesh was cut open, but it didn't. Bam! Like a nuclear bomb, Han Fei was blown hundreds of kilometers away and rolled on the bottom of the sea. Han Fei thought to himself, "It's so hard to roll like this." Thus, the body of white fog turned into a big ball again. Han Fei turned into a rolling white ball and crashed into the clone of the Black Killer Snail King that was frozen by him at a terrifying speed. The Black Killer Snail King was dumbfounded. Even if its Tao was broken, how could a peak-level explorer block its pure power of samsara? The Black Killer Snail King was quite puzzled. "You've already achieved the indestructible golden body." Han Fei chuckled. "Well, I almost forgot it if you didn't mention it. Fine. Since you've discovered it, let's have a great battle." Han Fei knocked the frozen Black Killer Snail King away, and the latter hit him with its shell. Bang! Both of them were sent flying backwards. However, after the ice broke, Han Fei saw that the shell of the Black Killer Snail King was being repaired. From all directions, a large amount of dark green, corrosive blood was gathering. The Black Killer Snail King's voice was muffled and full of disdain. "Human, I've never seen someone as talented as you. But even so, what can you do to me in my world?" Damn it! With a shake of the white fog, 2 more heads grew out of Han Fei's neck, followed by 4 more arms. Bam! 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 Anyway, the white mist could change shape at will. Han Fei threw out his 3 heads and 6 arms. An invincible fist mark punched the 2 kings' clones hard. Terrifying energy surged out like it was free of charge. In the so-called sacred land of sea demons, countless creatures had been killed in such a battle.